Such a soulful performance, thanks to all the artists. I would now request senior members of the registry to kindly escort the dignitaries to the dais. I would now request senior members of the registry to kindly escort the dignitaries to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, on this momentous occasion of the completion of 75 glorious years of Gauhati High Court, we remember with much fondness and gratitude all our honorable lordships, stalwarts who have contributed immensely along the course of time to give shape to this most distinguished institution. It is our honor and privilege to have amongst us today a few of our honorable judges, and we would like to felicitate them as an expression of our sincere gratitude. We would like to call upon Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, to kindly come forward and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Amitabh Roy. His Lordship was elevated as a judge of the Gauhati High Court on 4th of February 2002. He was appointed as the Chief Justice of the Rajasthan High Court and took oath on 2nd of January 2013. Thereafter, he was transferred and appointed as Chief Justice of Orissa High Court on 6th of August 2014. On being elevated, he took oath as a judge of the Supreme Court of India on 27th of February 2015. We are grateful for your Lordship's contribution and association with our High Court.
We would also request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre. His Lordship was appointed as a judge of the High Court of Madhya Pradesh on 25th October 1999. He was elevated as the first Chief Justice of the High Court of Manipur on 23rd March 2013. He was sworn in as Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court on 19th October 2013. Later, he was elevated as Judge of the Supreme Court and assumed charge on August 13, 2014. His Lordship retired on August 27, 2019. We are grateful for your Lordship's contribution and association with our High Court.
We would again request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh. His Lordship was sworn in as a judge of the Gauhati High Court on 17th of October 2011. He was appointed as a judge of the Manipur High Court upon his creation with effect from 23rd of March 2013. On transfer to the Gauhati High Court, he assumed charge as a judge, Gauhati High Court on 11th of October 2018. He was appointed to perform the duties of the Office of Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court with effect from 21st of September 2020 to 9th of January 2021, from 9th of May 2022 to 22nd of June 2022, and from 12th of January 2023 till his Lordship's elevation as the Chief Justice of the High Court of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh on 15th of February 2023. We are grateful for your Lordship's contribution and association with our High Court.
I would again request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ujjal Bhuya. His Lordship was elevated on 17th of October 2011. He was transferred to Bombay High Court and took oath on 3rd October 2019. Later, he took oath as the Chief Justice of the Telangana High Court on 28th June 2022. We are grateful for your Lordship's contribution and association with our High Court.
I would again request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice K. Sridhar Rao. His Lordship was appointed as a judge of the Karnataka High Court on 21st of February 2000. He was sworn in as a judge of the Gauhati High Court on 24th of October 2013 and retired as acting Chief Justice of Gauhati High Court on 20th of October 2015. We are grateful for your Lordship's contribution and association with our High Court.
May I request our guests to kindly remain in the stage for a group photograph. I would request all the sitting judges of the Gauhati High Court to kindly join the stage for the group photograph. With this, we have come to the end of this felicitation ceremony. I would request the Honorable Lordships on the stage to kindly join with the audience. We will shortly reconvene with the main event. I request the audience to kindly remain seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a short while, Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmuji, will be in our midst to grace today's momentous event. I would request our esteemed guests to kindly keep their phones on silent or switched off mode. I would also request our esteemed guests to kindly rise on the arrival of Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu, as a mark of respect and take seats only after Honorable President is seated. I would further request all present to kindly remain seated during the entire duration of the program. Thank you so much.
Along with the Honorable President of India, we will have with us Shri Gulab Chand Kataria, Honorable Governor of Assam, Honorable Mr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Shri Kiran Rijiju, Honorable Union Minister of Law and Justice, Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, and Honorable Mr. Justice Lanusunkum Jamir, Judge, Gauhati High Court. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello. हेलो 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 बस अभी निकलने वाली मैं
Check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
स्टॉप कर रहा है। और उसके बाद मैंने क्या बोला आपको, इसको थोड़ा पीछे कीजिए, इसको थोड़ा पीछे करो, थोड़ा थोड़ा ये ऐसे थोड़ा बेंड कर दे।
हेलो हेलो
वो यहाँ से बेंड नहीं करना, इसको थोड़ा हेलो ऑन है, ऑन है बस, ठीक है, ओके ठीक है,
इसको टच नहीं होना चाहिए, ठीक है? टच होने से वो खर 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 खर
अच्छा
करेगा।
ठीक, ओके ओके डन, ठीक है ठीक है।
इसके बेटर से ऐसे रखने से बेटर रहेगा कैसे?
कैसे?
अगर
नहीं
हम
सीधा रखना, सीधा रखना, हाँ दोनों ऐसे रखो।
इसे रखने से क्या होगा सर? तो मैडम जैसे भी बोलेगा उसको कैच करें।
अच्छा ठीक है, ओके ठीक है।
मैं सोचता हूँ कि ऐसे बोलने से क्या ज़्यादा वो क्लियरिटी मिलेगा।
नहीं ऐसे मैम पलटेगी ना, ऐसे बोलती जाएगी, अब ठीक है, ऐसे चलेगा ना?
ठीक है चलो।
थोड़ा 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 इसको पीछे कर दो, थोड़ा इसको पीछे, इधर से नहीं, इधर से, ऐसे। टाइम हो गया मैम, आ गई। वो नहीं होगा, यही कर दीजिए बस, इसको कर दीजिए आप, छोड़ दीजिए बस, डन। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है सर। हेलो 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 हेलो, ठीक
ठीक है, ऐसे रखने से ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा, तो वो जैसे भी बोलेगा आ जाएगा। मैडम तो ऐसे ही बोलेगा ना?
हाँ, ये एकदम इतना आगे आगे नहीं, इसके ऊपर होना चाहिए ना,
हाँ,
थोड़ा पीछे होना चाहिए, हो जाएगा, थोड़ा यहाँ से पीछे करोगे,
इसको पीछे करना चाहिए, टच हो जाएगा सर, इसका स्पेस नहीं है।
वो नहीं लेगा, यहीं से करना पड़ेगा जैसे करना है,
यहाँ है।
ऐसे ऐसे।
अच्छा ऐसे करने से ये तो टच हो जाएगा
हाँ
सर।
तो कर दो, डबल कर दो, हाँ से डबल कर दो,
डबल करते हैं।
बस कर दो और क्लोज कर दो, बस ठीक है, गुड,
है।
अब डन,
ओके डन। ओके सर।
ठीक है डन, ठीक है ठीक है।
मैडम तो ऐसे बोलेगा ना, तो इसको थोड़ा ऐसे रखने से ज़्यादा सुविधा होता है।
चलो ठीक है,
इसका थ्रो
बस।
ऐसे, और इसका थ्रो ऐसे
क्लोज कर
होगा।
दो, थोड़ा क्लोज कर दो, क्लोज कर दो बस, बराबर कर दो, टच नहीं होगा, एक बार क्लोज तो कर दो, वो जाए, दूर हट जाएगा, बस ठीक है, छोड़ दो, ओके ठीक।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are immensely honored to announce the arrival of Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu. The National Anthem. Namaskar. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice and the Honorable Judges of the Gauhati High Court, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all to this event to commemorate the Platinum Jubilee celebration of the Gauhati High Court. I would now request Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp for an auspicious beginning. I would request other esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly join the Honorable President.
May I request Srimati Jayashree Bora to kindly present before us the Saraswati Vandana.
ते स्वातिकमालिकां विदधति पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरी भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्. Thank you.
I would now request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Srimati Droupadi Murmu, Honorable President of India, Shri Gulabchandji Kataria, Honorable Governor of Assam, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Himanta Biswas Sarma, Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Shri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Union Law Minister, my brother Honorable Justice L.S. Jamir, distinguished dignitaries present today, gracious ladies and gentlemen and dear law students. Swagatam, Abhinandan, Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed a great privilege for me to extend my warm welcome to one and all on this auspicious occasion of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of the Gauhati High Court. Today being the third day of the celebrations, we are deeply honored to have amongst us Srimati Droupadi Murmu, Honorable President of India, who has graciously consented to bless us and be a part of the joyous celebrations upon completion of the glorious journey of 75 years of this august institution. The presence of Shri Gulabchand Kataria, Honorable Governor of Assam, has added glory to the ceremony today. I thank him for having readily accepted our invitation to share this joyous moment with us. We are also privileged to have amongst us Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, who despite his extremely busy schedule gladly accepted our invitation to be a part of the celebrations being hosted upon this glorious institution completing 75 years of its illuminating existence. The gracious participation of Shri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Union Law Minister on the 5th April and today clearly reflects his love and affection towards the Gauhati High Court and his committed efforts for the betterment of the judiciary. We express our sincere gratitude and welcome to Dr. Himanta Biswas Sarma, Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, for his constant support right from the beginning in organizing this mega event to commemorate the Platinum Jubilee celebration in a befitting manner. I also extend a hearty welcome to all respected dignitaries, including Honorable Supreme Court judges, my esteemed colleagues, former judges, members of the bar, members of the registry, members of the media, print and electronic, officers from the administration, whose gracious presence gives succor to our efforts for commemorating the Platinum Jubilee of the Gauhati High Court. In order to maintain peace and harmony, the safety of women should be the highest priority of a healthy society in particular and a healthy nation in general. And it is the obligation of all four pillars of democracy to ensure all forms of safety to the women and other marginalized sections of the society. We at the Gauhati High Court have developed a mobile app to ensure the safety of women. Women in distress can seek assistance through this mobile app, which will connect her to the national helpline number 181, where she can obtain any type of assistance from police, medical and other authorities. We are delighted that Honorable the President of India is going to launch the mobile app Boroksha, designed keeping in mind the safety of women. I offer sincere thanks to the dynamic team of ICT Committee Gauhati High Court under the able mentorship of Chairperson Justice Suman Sham for developing this extremely useful mobile app by constant monitoring with the other stakeholders to ensure that the launch of the app could be made possible on this auspicious occasion in the gracious presence of all the dignitaries. We all know that Honorable Chief Justice of India has spearheaded the process of digitization of the justice delivery system in the country. His Lordship's benign presence in Gauhati has infused new energy in all of us. Carrying forward His Lordship's vision, during the course of the evening, we shall be requesting Your Lordship to launch 2 unique applications indigenously developed by our ICT team. Without taking much time, I welcome everyone to the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of the Gauhati High Court. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We would now like to felicitate our dignitaries on the dais.
We would begin with the felicitation of our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu. I would request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honours.
We would now like to felicitate Shri Gulab Chand Kataria, Honorable Governor of Assam. I would like to request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honours.
We would like to felicitate Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India. I would like to request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honours.
We would like to felicitate Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Honorable Chief Minister of Assam. May I request Honorable Mr. Justice Lonasankom Jamir, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honours.
We would now like to felicitate Shri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Union Minister of Law and Justice. May I request Honorable Mr. Justice Lanung Sungkum Jamir, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would now like to request Srimati Droupadi Murmu, Honorable President of India, to kindly launch the mobile app Bharakha, made for the safety of women.
Bharakha, an initiative by the ICT Committee of Gauhati High Court. The Gauhati High Court has come up with an innovative idea to curb the crime against women and to save the women in distress with prompt action. Wherever you are or in whatever circumstances, the Bharakha app will help you to meet your immediate challenge. Download the app now. An easy and user-friendly Bharakha app allows you to save up to 3 emergency contact numbers to help you at the right time. The 5 main features of the app are: 1. Dial 181 to get your desired response from the control room. 2. Dial SOS to send an emergency message with your geolocation to emergency contact numbers. 3. If you shake the phone, you will get a call to the emergency contact numbers automatically. 4. The callback option is being monitored 24/7 automatically and will give you a quick response from the control room. 5. You can file a complaint using Write a Complaint option, which is monitored 24/7 automatically and will give you a quick response from the control room. The simple options used to set up the Bharakha app. Option 1. The emergency form with up to 3 contact details. Option 2. Activate the shake setting button. Option 3. Set up the language settings. The app has other features like helpline and resource directory. This app can also be used for other services like various women-related schemes and other helplines information across the states. Download the app now. Save yourself and empower yourself. Stop the crime against women.
I would now request Shri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Union Minister of Law and Justice, to kindly share a few words with the august gathering.
Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu ji, Honorable Governor of the State of Assam, Sri Gulab Chandra Kataria ji, Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma ji, the Honorable Judges from Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of Telangana High Court, Justice Ujjal Bhuyan, the Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir Ladakh High Court, Justice Koteshwar Singh, Justice L.S. Jamir, all the honorable judges of the High Court of Gauhati, the Chairman, Bar Council of India, and the Honorable Minister for Law, Government of Assam, Ranjit Kumar Das ji, all the eminent members of the Bar from Gauhati and from other states, friends, all the respected spouses who have accompanied the honorable judges, media friends, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I feel deeply honored to be part of the historic Platinum Jubilee celebration of the Gauhati High Court. I was here on the day of its foundation, the 5th April, and I am extremely glad that Honorable Rashtrapati Ji is present amidst us to grace this occasion, along with the Honorable Governor, the Honorable Chief Justice of India, the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, and all the dignitaries present here. We all know the rich heritage of Northeast India, and we are also aware of the important role played by Gauhati High Court. This is a vast jurisdiction, and we have witnessed and we have heard from various people how the Gauhati High Court came into existence. Gauhati High Court has also evolved and dealt with ethnically different subject matters. The indigenous inhabitants of the hill areas are primarily adopted to the conciliatory process and numerous customary practices and guides the lives of the common man. Some of the customary practices for settlement of these disputes prevalent in the northeastern region are not only expeditious but far more efficacious. The Gauhati High Court has the credit of delivering several landmark judgments on several issues of public importance, particularly those dealing with the rights of the tribal people. As we know that the very core of the rule of law and civilized society is the provision of equitable and timely justice. The preamble of the Constitution of India also starts with the word justice, to ensure that this commitment must not remain mere words, but percolate down to every citizen. The Ministry of Law and Justice is committed to do its utmost so that the Gauhati High Court may set standards of highest excellence in this area for all the courts in the country. I am very confident that under the guidance of the Honorable President of India and under the visionary leadership of the Prime Minister of India and under the stewardship of the Honorable Chief Justice of India, we will be able to uphold the constitutional principles of equity, justice, and fairness, and march boldly and confidently during this Amrit Kal and strive to meet the resolve of making India a developed nation when India celebrates 100 years of its independence in 2047. We all know the gender justice and women's safety are integral parts of creating a just and equitable society. It gives me immense pride. On this momentous occasion, the Honorable Rashtrapati Ji launched the Baroha app. It is a versatile app for women's safety, and the features are extremely going to be helpful and in locating, tracking, and distress signals alert to help women feel safer. We know the status of women in the northeastern India. We have traditionally given a very core space for women in our society. When I visited London, I saw the first line of the first Law Minister of India, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, where he had stated that the progress of a society will be measured by the progress of women in the society. And today, it is an appropriate occasion to launch this app. I am happy to note that a lot of ground has been covered in these years due to praiseworthy collaborations of the government and the judiciary at the center and at the state level. Concerted efforts have been made to provide a favorable environment to judiciary by improving the physical infrastructure of district and lower courts in the country, increasing the judicial strength, initiating the use of ICT in court hearings, etc. Strategic, comprehensive, and collective steps are being undertaken to tackle the protracted issue of pendency. When it comes to Gauhati High Court, there are 59,245 cases pending in Gauhati High Court as per the National Judicial Data Grid. In the case of the states under the jurisdiction of the High Court of Gauhati, there are 4,56,013 cases pending. In Assam, 5,696 cases pending in Mizoram, 3,007 cases pending in Nagaland, and I hope efforts are on board Arunachal Pradesh to come on board on NJDJ, and the soon judicial data matrix on NJDJ is complete and robust in information provided to the common people. I'm happy to state that as a step to address the challenge of combating pendency in Gauhati High Court, Government of India, in consultation with the Chief Justice of India, has increased the judge strength at the Gauhati High Court from 24 to 30 judges. And also a good representation has been made as a provision for the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, and Nagaland in the Gauhati High Court. Under the central sponsored scheme for the development of infrastructure facility to the judiciary, Government of India has taken a huge step. I am not going to deliberate in details for that, but we are confident that the judicial infrastructure in northeastern region will not suffer due to the want of funds. I will give full assurance that we will provide all necessary assistance to create better judicial infrastructure, especially in the district and lower courts. We all know and we feel proud that India is the largest democracy in the world. And as the world's largest democracy, in any democratic polity, independent and strong judiciary is the sine qua non to uphold the faith of the people in the democracy. It is also true that the world is dynamic and changing. Every entity has to embrace its capabilities to tide over new challenges and to meet the increasing demands and expectations of the population. With this perspective in view, 2 phases of e-courts mission mode project has been completed. E-courts is 100% central government funded under National E-Governance Project implemented by the Department of Justice and E-Committee of the Supreme Court, which is being led by the Honorable Chief Justice himself. And recently in the Union Budget, Phase 3 project has been announced. And I can once again confidently say that with the beginning of the e-courts project 3, the phase 3, Indian judiciary will go complete digital and paperless. Under the e-courts mission mode project, 540 courts have been computerized under Gauhati High Court. And I can also say that Gauhati High Court has done commendable job, but it is underreported. I had interacted with some of the honorable judges of the Gauhati High Court, but some of the other high courts are very well highlighted. But the good works done by the Gauhati High Court is not properly highlighted. So today, in the presence of Honorable President of India, Honorable Chief Justice, I would like to commend all the honorable judges of the Gauhati High Court and the team, and also the members of the bar for great works done by the Gauhati High Court. There is one issue which I would like to highlight, the fast-track special courts. Out of 31 earmarked, 21 fast-track special courts have been operationalized under the jurisdiction of Gauhati High Court in the state of Assam, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. This has resulted in the disposal of 2,836 cases. In expanding the last mile reach, NALSA has allocated a total fund of 6.35 crore, and it has extended legal aid to 25,612 beneficiaries in the states of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, and Mizoram. It is a moment of pride that the Department of Justice has released the documentation of customary practices of the tribal population, complied in 6 books on 6 April by Gauhati High Court, which includes Rabha, Tiwa, Zeme Naga, and the Bodos of Assam, Nishis of Arunachal Pradesh, and Halams of Tripura, synergizing the customary and formal justice mechanism and sensitizing the Gaumburas and Gaumburis in the state of Arunachal Pradesh is also done. In the end, I would like to make some important observations. As the Minister for Law and Justice in the country, I have a bounden duty to uphold the rule of law. Being the largest democracy in the world, we have a special responsibility with us. The independence of judiciary is utmost priority for every citizen. Sometimes we are a victim of uninformed discussions and debates in the society. The Honorable Chief Justice of India has on numerous occasions made his mind, his thoughts very clear that the relationship between the judiciary, executive, and legislature must be very cordial. In the age of digital and social media, electronic media, we become victim of some of the elements who do not want to see India progress in a manner which every Indian dreams about. In the last few months, I have observed that there are being attempts made to portray a situation where the government and judiciary are in the differences. I feel differences of opinion is an integral part of our democracy. Differences in opinion cannot be termed as a confrontation. मैं कई जगह इस बात को उजागर भी किया है, अपना मन की बात को भी रखा है कि हम लोगों के बीच में मतभेद हो सकता है, मतभेद नहीं होना चाहिए. लोकतंत्र में अलग अलग विचार होना ये लाजमी है और इस अलग अलग विचारों को किसी भी दृष्टिकोण से ऐसा नहीं लगना चाहिए कि हम एक दूसरे के विरोध में हैं. आज जब भारत उभर रहा है, एक शक्तिशाली देश के रूप में उभर रहा है, दुनिया में कई ऐसे ताकतें हैं जो भारत के शक्तिशाली बनने से तकलीफ होते हैं. हमको इस बात को ध्यान रखना है कि ऐसे लोगों का जो विचार है वो हमारा देश के प्रगति को नुकसान ना पहुंचे. Today, India is the 5th largest economy in the world. We have overtaken Britain last year. And very soon, we are going to overtake Germany. And then in next 8 years' time, we will be overtaking Japan. And India will become 3rd largest economy in the world. The world looks up to India, and India has a special responsibility, not only as the largest democratic nation in the world, but as a global power. All the 3 organs, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, we have to work in tandem. In the last year's conference of the chief ministers and chief justice, we had a very fruitful discussion. And in that meeting, we had agreed upon to work in close coordination, especially for the judicial infrastructure. And I feel there is a perceptible difference after that conference. I'm very happy. Wherever I go in the different high courts, the cooperation from the state government is coming. And especially when I'm here in Gauhati, I can make this mention. The Honorable Chief Justice informed me that the state government, under the leadership of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, is extending full cooperation to the Gauhati High Court. This is a very positive thing, and we are very happy about this new kind of a working relationship which we have seen. I will not take much time, and we are here to be part of this great journey of Gauhati High Court, and it is coinciding with the celebration of the 75th years of India's independence. So in this Amrit Kal, the Gauhati High Court is celebrating its Platinum Jubilee. I would like to extend my greetings, my best wishes to Honorable Chief Justice, Justice Sandeep Mehta, and all the honorable judges of the Gauhati High Court, and all the honorable judges working under the jurisdiction of Gauhati High Court, along with the members of the bars. I always say that the members of the bars and the judiciary will have to work together. After all, the judges and the bar members are two sides of the same coin, and unless we work together as a team, we will not be able to do justice, which is the core objective of the system which we practice in India. Once again, I am extremely delighted to be part of this momentous occasion, and my greetings to all the members present here. And also I pay my tribute to every member who have contributed in making this great journey very memorable, and we look forward for this kind of event in the future. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Ahom.
May I now request Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, Honorable Chief Minister, Assam, to kindly address the House.
Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu ji, Honorable Governor of Assam, Sri Gulab San Kataria ji, Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, Sri Kiren Rijiju, Union Minister of Law and Justice, Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice Gauhati High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice L. Jamir, Judge Gauhati High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice M.R. Shah, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Hrishikesh Roy, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Pankaj Mittal, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice A.U. Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Manoj Mishra, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Retired Mukundakam Sharma, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Retired Amitav Roy, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice A.M. Sapre, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Ujjal Bhuiya, Chief Justice Telangana High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice N.K. Singh, Chief Justice Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh High Court, Sri Ranjit Das, Law Minister, Government of Assam, members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen. It is a historic day today with the august presence of Honorable President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmuji. We have gathered here to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee of the Gauhati High Court at this august platform. The glory of this occasion has been enhanced because of the gracious presence of the Honorable President of India, Madam Srimati Droupadi Murmuji. We are also delighted to have Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachudji, amidst us at this august gathering today. I thank Honorable Chief Justice Sri Chandrachudji for visiting Assam to take part at this momentous occasion. On behalf of the people of Assam, I extend him a warm welcome to our beautiful state. While addressing the ceremonial event of the Platinum Jubilee celebration of the Gauhati High Court 2 days back, I had spoken about the significant contribution of these courts wheels on the socio-political advancement of our region. I had also spoken about the rich history and the highest judicial standard that this honorable court has always maintained right since inception. We take immense pride that the Gauhati High Court over the years has not only created a pedigree of legal luminaries but also earned a unique distinction due to its superior standards and lofty ideals. Many landmark judgments passed by this honorable court have strengthened our legal and constitutional framework, making it more robust and solid. This court has always risen to occasion whenever required. Honorable Gauhati High Court has performed its responsibility as the true guardian of human rights, protector of our constitution, and importantly, promoter of our age-old democratic tradition. The distinguished institution has been a major catalyst in empowering our citizens so far their rights are concerned. As a matter of religious practice and philosophical discourse, law in our country has a glorious history. Emanating from the Vedas, the Upanishads, and other religious texts, law was a fertile field in our country, which was enriched by different philosophical schools. Although the modern Indian judiciary is partly a continuation of the British legal system, the fact remains that from time immemorial, our country had a well-developed jurisprudence. The ancient Indian law was based on the principle of dharma or nyaya that talk about the principle of natural justice. It is the same principle that continue to govern our judicial system today, and the Gauhati High Court is a glaring example of this. I would like to reiterate the fact that the Gauhati High Court has time and again stood with the common people in their testing times and played its role as their savior. The dark days of emergency are testimony to the commendable role of Gauhati High Court in protecting civil rights of the people. I would like to draw attention of the Honorable President Ma'am that during the days of emergency, the Gauhati High Court not only admitted writ petition despite the provision of emergency, but also stayed press censorship orders on a number of newspapers and periodicals. This was phenomenal on the part of the Honorable Gauhati High Court, and not without reasons. This should be inscribed into the annals of our judicial history. The Gauhati High Court, initially known as the Assam High Court, was formally inaugurated on 5th April 1948. The court was later renamed as High Court of Assam and Nagaland when Nagaland attained statehood in 1963. Till 1971, it exercised judicial authority over the entire Northeast. In the same year, while the reorganization of Assam, this court was renamed as the Gauhati High Court and benches were created for Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. In 2013, 3 full-fledged high courts of judicature were established in the region at Imphal, Shillong, Agartala to cater to the needs of Manipur, Meghalaya and Tripura respectively. This illustrious history has given this high court a unique identity. This uniqueness stems from the fact that for a longer span of its existence, the Gauhati High Court was the common high court for all the 7 states of our region. This court has been dealing with the fascinating task of interpreting tribal laws and custom prevailing in the various northeastern states. Mention may be made that traditional dispute redressal system are still in force in the larger area of northeastern state amongst various tribal clans as an alternative redressal mechanism. This court is having a law research institute mainly to undertake research work into various customary laws and administration of justice prevailing in this part of the country. Upholding this distinction of conducting research in this area, this court has a number of publications to its credit. This High Court also has judicial authority on subject falling under 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. The 6th schedule, read with Article 244(2) and 275(1) of the Constitution of India, forms a special provision for a number of states of Northeast. This High Court has always played a unique role in justice delivery so far as 6th schedule matters are concerned. At this momentous occasion, I'd like to draw attention of the August gathering to a very pertinent issue which is posing a constant challenges for our judiciary. Honorable Prime Minister, while speaking at the Chief Justice Conference 2022 at Bigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, stress upon decrowding of jails by releasing the under-trial prisoners following the guidelines of Honorable Supreme Court and National Legal Service Authority. He also emphasized on providing legal aid to the needy by taking extra effort to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. He gave importance on the Bar Council engaging more lawyers in this campaign. According to Prime Minister, ease of justice should get equal importance like ease of doing business and ease of living. Dealing with the pendency of cases, our government has taken some important decision. One such decision relates to withdrawal of petty offense cases to bring down the pendency cases with the provision of punishment up to 3 years with or without fine were taken into consideration for withdrawal, barring the cases of heinous nature. Till the month of February, we have succeeded to withdraw 27,000 such cases. It is estimated that through this action, around 1 lakh criminal cases will be disposed of, which will reduce the burden on lower courts. This will in turn facilitate the courts to devote time for serious offenses and other cases. This will also take care of speedy trial and envisaged under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. I have also committed for creation of as many posts as required in lower judiciary along with adequate infrastructure. In fact, we have also decided to create a new campus for Gauhati High Court within this, starting the work within this year. I would like to seek the help and assistance of Sri Kiran Rijijuji, who represent our region in the parliament. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that courts in India have rapidly adopted digital technologies, which is now becoming a regular practice. It is commendable that taking digitization further in May 2020, the Honorable Supreme Court introduced a new system of e-filing as a process tool and artificial intelligence as reference support infrastructure. I congratulate Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachudji, who has been an active part of this transformation in the justice delivery system in the country. Government of Assam welcome all digitization initiative in the state judiciary and is ready to extend all kind of support required for its sport implementation. Before winding up my speech, I must appreciate the fact that the Gauhati High Court has always maintained its high tradition to uphold the rights of the people. I am confident that this tradition will continue perpetually in the days to come, setting new benchmark for other institutions to follow. I once again thank Honorable President, Madam Srimati Droupadi Murmu for her gracious presence at today's event. I also thank Honorable Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, for being with us today in this remarkable occasion. I once again congratulate Honorable Chief Justice of Gauhati High Court, Justice Sandeep Mehta ji, and all the present and former judges, lawyers, and staff of this honorable court on this auspicious Platinum Jubilee celebration. With these few words, thanking the August gathering, I bring an end to my words. Thank you. Joy Hind, Joy Ma Bharati, Joy Ayaham.
I would now request Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, to kindly deliver his speech.
Namaskar. Respected President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu ji, the Honorable Governor of Assam, Shri Gulab Chand Kataria ji, the Honorable Union Minister for Law and Justice, Shri Kiran Rijiju, Dr. Hemanta Biswa Sharma, Chief Minister of Assam, Shri Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court, my very distinguished colleagues from the Supreme Court who have graced this occasion, Chief Justices of the High Court, Judges of the High Court, judicial officers, members of the bar, students, and all the distinguished guests who have graced this occasion with their presence. As the head of the family comprising of the Indian judiciary, I have the greatest pleasure in warmly welcoming the Honorable President of India in our midst, and we express our gratitude to her for having graced this occasion. It fills me with a sense of pride and optimism as we celebrate the rich history of the Gauhati High Court, which is celebrating its Platinum Jubilee. It has the unique distinction of being the common High Court for 4 major states of the country, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, and Nagaland, with their varied cultural, linguistic, geographical, historical, legal, and customary landscape. The appointment of Shri Justice Kardak Ete as a judge of the Gauhati High Court recently is a testament to the judiciary's commitment to diversity. One of my own Chief Justices of the Bombay High Court shared with me that the most newly appointed judge in a High Court is termed as a guard babu. He is a signal for the engine driver, in this case, the Chief Justice of the High Court. This esteemed institution has stood as a pillar of justice, upholding the rule of law and protecting the rights of our citizens. Its commitment to upholding the principles of the Constitution is unparalleled, and its legacy is a testament to the dedication and the hard work of its judges, lawyers, and staff over the past 7.5 decades. The Honorable Chief Minister was right in flagging the outstanding work which was done by the Gauhati High Court when times were bleak in the emergency. It is in tough times that the tough judges get going. The role of the judiciary is to ensure that the law and its administration do not thwart justice, but rather uphold it. Law should always be used with the sensibilities to address the root of the problems and should take into consideration the social realities of the communities where it is sought to be implemented. As we celebrate 75 years of the Gauhati High Court, we must also recognize the challenges that continue to plague our justice system, particularly in the realm of access to justice. Historically, many jurisdictions under the Gauhati High Court have reeled from the effects of natural calamities. Recurring floods in the state of Assam, which annually displace thousands of people, many losing important identity documents and other material possessions in their process. The challenges faced by the marginalized and the vulnerable communities during these adversities is even greater, impeding their access to public services, including the access to justice. The stirring words of our President, Srimati Droupadi Murmu during the celebrations of the Constitution Day of India in 2022 resonate in the mind. The President raised important concerns regarding lack of access to justice and legal aid and urged us to address the pressing needs of the most vulnerable sections of our society. Her words have inspired the legal fraternity to widen the reach of justice throughout the nation. In line with it, today we will be witnessing the launch of 3 initiatives to advance the outreach of the justice delivery system. One of these initiatives is the launch of the Bharokha mobile app, a women's safety app, which was inaugurated by the President a short while ago. Bharokha is a community-specific digital tool that localizes the support and connects the users with local support structures. It has a range of features such as integration with the Women's Helpline 181, distress signal alerts, and information about welfare schemes available for women. But we must remember that technology by itself is not a panacea. It must be supported by an ecosystem to actualize the benefits which are intended. The recent National Family Health Survey reveals that 75.4% of women in the urban areas of Assam and 53.9% of women in the rural areas of the state already have access to mobile phones. This is a tremendous achievement of the state. These are remarkable figures signifying years of progress towards equal digital inclusion. However, the percentage of women who have never used the internet still falls below 50% in Assam. Keeping in mind the digital gender divide in access to the internet, the developers of the Bharokha app have made sure that it also works in areas with no internet connectivity, where an SMS alert can be sent to emergency contacts with the location of the nearest phone tower. I must applaud the developers for being cognizant of the ground social realities. Technology has to be groomed to the Indian social context. Our design thinking must be user-centric. Our processes in the judicial system will result in just outcomes if our structural designs include everyone and exclude no one. To just give you some illustrative figures, in 2023, up to 13th March, 2.77 crore SMSs were sent to registered mobile phone users across India, 3.84 lakh per day. The e-Tal website has recorded 326 crore transactions in 2022. 18.5 crore transactions have been recorded in 2023 till 13th of March 2023. We have sent 2.37 crore automated emails in 2023 itself, up to 13th of March 2023, to registered users in the justice delivery system in India. These figures are unprecedented in contemporary societies across our globalized age. I hope that this marks the beginning of a series of initiatives that will be taken under the auspices of the Gauhati High Court, under the able leadership of Chief Justice Sandeep Mehta, to ensure that the law remains imbued with a humane touch and is grounded in the diversity of human experience. A humane touch of the law is essential for ensuring that the law serves the needs and interests of all people. It requires a willingness to be empathetic to the unique identities of people, with a commitment to accessibility and fairness, and implementation which is grounded in compassion and respect for equality and diversity. When the law is wisely applied and interpreted in the hands of judges, women and men who have a feel for social reality and compassion in the application of law, it takes a step forward towards realizing justice. But when the law is wielded without principle, it can carry the burden of arbitrariness. For the judges and lawyers, and indeed for all of us as citizens, the constitutional path is reflected in the values of the preamble: fraternity, dignity, liberty, and equality. These parameters provide the beacon for the unity of our nation and the stability of the social fabric. The relations between the executive and the judiciary on the administrative side have to be marked by a sense of robust constitutional statesmanship. All three arms of the state, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, are engaged in the common task of nation building. But on the judicial side, the confidence and faith of the citizens in the judiciary lies in a fierce sense of our own judicial independence. The legitimacy of the judiciary as an institution depends on the faith which we command of our citizens. And that faith is determined by one factor and alone, which is whether we become the first and the last choice of access to the citizens in times of distress and need. Constitutional statesmanship, above all, whether it is on the administrative or on the judicial side, requires deliberation. It requires dialogue, not public grandstanding. Once again, I extend my best wishes to the entire legal fraternity associated with the Gauhati High Court and congratulate them for the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. God bless, and may you contribute to making our nation stronger and stronger each day of our lives. Namaskar.
I would like to request Shri Gulab Chand Kataria, Honorable Governor of Assam, to kindly address the August gathering.
गुवाहाटी हाई कोर्ट के 75वें वर्ष के इस हमारे कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के माननीय मुख्य न्यायाधीश डॉक्टर न्यायमूर्ति डी.वी. चंद्रचूड़ जी, असम के मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय हेमंत विश्व शर्मा जी, केंद्रीय कानून मंत्री श्री किरण रिजिजू जी, गुवाहाटी उच्च न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधीश आदरणीय संदीप मेहता जी, गुवाहाटी और सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के विभिन्न स्थानों से पधारे हुए न्यायाधीशपति, विभिन्न न्यायालयों में कार्यरत न्यायाधीश, विभिन्न स्थानों से आए हुए अधिवक्ता बंधुओं और इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित आप सभी भाइयों और बहनों, आज वास्तव में इस प्लेटिनम जुबली के इस अवसर पर महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी ने हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में शरीक होने की स्वीकृति देकर हमारा आसाम का और गुवाहाटी हाई कोर्ट का जो मान बढ़ाया, उसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। आज आसाम राज्य का और गुवाहाटी उच्च न्यायालय का सौभाग्य है कि हमारे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधिपति भी आज हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं। मैं आप सब की तरफ से उनका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। मैं सोचता हूं कि हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने बहुत प्रारंभ से ही विधायिका, कार्यपालिका और न्यायपालिका को अपने अपने क्षेत्र में बहुत सशक्त करने का प्रयास किया है। और जब कभी भी कहीं भी संविधान की भावना की अवहेलना हुई है या संविधान की भावना के अनुरूप नहीं हुआ है, तो हमारे न्यायालयों को इतना सशक्त बनाया है कि वो संविधान के अनुसार ये देश चले, इसके लिए उनके निर्णय हमेशा सारा देश उसे स्वीकार करता है। ये हमारे देश का सौभाग्य है कि हमारे न्यायालयों ने जो भी निर्णय किए उसको सब लोगों ने मन से स्वीकार किया, चाहे वो उनके पक्ष में था या नहीं था। इसका मतलब हिंदुस्तान में न्याय के प्रति कितना सम्मान है, ये आप और हम अच्छी प्रकार से जानते हैं। वैसे इस गुवाहाटी हाई कोर्ट का मैं सोचता हूँ कि शायद ये सौभाग्य रहा है कि 1948 में जब इसकी अप्रैल 5 को स्थापना हुई थी, तब उसके पहले जो यहाँ के मुख्य न्यायाधीश थे श्री रोनाल्ड पैसिस लॉज ने पहली बार यहाँ शपथ लिया। और आज मैं इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से उसके बाद के जितने भी न्यायाधीश यहाँ हुए हैं, जिन लोगों ने भी इस न्याय की इस गरिमा को ऊपर उठाया है, आज हमें उन सब को याद करना आवश्यक है। उनके द्वारा किए गए कामों के आधार पर ही ये 75 साल की जो यात्रा है न्याय की, ये इस सीमा तक आकर के आज पहुंची है। मुझे बहुत ही प्रसन्नता है कि इस कोर्ट के द्वारा जिस प्रकार के व्यक्ति आपने देश को दिए हैं, वो भी अपने आप में एक बहुत ही याद रखने वाला है। मैं सोचता हूँ कि यह पहली है कि रंजन गोगोई जी इसी कोर्ट के आधार पर हिंदुस्तान के मुख्य न्यायाधीश बन करके सेवाएं हिंदुस्तान में दी है। ये गौरव प्राप्त है इस गुवाहाटी की धरती को। इस गुवाहाटी की धरती को इस बात का भी है कि श्री फखरुद्दीन अली अहमद जी जो इस हिंदुस्तान के राष्ट्रपति बने, वो आपकी इसी कोर्ट की प्रोडक्ट है। इसका मतलब इस कोर्ट ने इस देश को बहुत कुछ दिया है। मैं सोचता हूँ इस कोर्ट के माध्यम से इस देश को जितने अधिकारी दिए हैं, जितने आपने न्यायाधीश दिए हैं, जितने लोगों को आपने यहाँ तैयार करके इस देश को सेवा के लिए उपयुक्त किया, उसकी उपलब्धि भी निश्चित रूप से इस गुवाहाटी हाई कोर्ट की है। मेरी ऐसी मान्यता है कि निश्चित रूप से आज जो कॉमन व्यक्ति है, वो आपके जब न्यायालय के तरीक़ों को देखता है, वो उसकी समझ के बाहर आता है। मैं आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि स्थानीय भाषा में भी अपने जजमेंट लिखने के लिए कोई न कोई व्यवस्था बनाई जाए, जिसके कारण से स्थानीय व्यक्ति भी उसको ठीक प्रकार से समझ सके और कानून का अर्थ निकाल सके। हम सब लोग चाहते हैं, मन से भी बराबर बोलते हैं कि सुलभ और सस्ता न्याय होना चाहिए, लेकिन अभी तक इसमें अपन बहुत कुछ पीछे चल रहे हैं। मैं सोचता हूँ कि हम सब जो इससे जुड़े हुए लोग हैं वो इसके बारे में निरंतर चिंता करें कि वो जो अंतिम छोर पर बैठा हुआ व्यक्ति है वो अगर न्याय की इच्छा लेकर के आपके और मेरे बीच में आता है तो उसे भी न्याय प्राप्त हो। मैं सोचता हूँ लोकायुक्त के माध्यम से निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा प्रयोग हुआ है और जिसके कारण से हजारों लाखों मुकदमे जिनको आपने सोचा कि वो आसानी से निपटते हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से इस बारे में ज़रूर विचार करना चाहिए कि न्याय, अभी जैसा आपने रिजू जी ने कहा था कि इस आसाम में 4,50,56,000 मुकदमे पेंडिंग हैं। इसका मतलब हमें इस बारे में बहुत गहराई से विचार करना पड़ेगा कि लंबे समय तक पेंडिंग रहने वाले मुकदमे कितने लोगों के मन को पीड़ा पहुंचाते होंगे जो न्याय के लिए भटकते रहते हैं। इसके बारे में चूँकि आज आप केंद्रीय कानून मंत्री जी विराजमान हैं, है ना, हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस विराजमान हैं, सब बड़े बड़े जितने भी आप जज हैं, हाई कोर्ट के हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के, सब बैठे हैं। इस विषय पर एक कॉमन आदमी आपसे और मुझसे ज़रूर पूछता है कि आखिर ये सस्ता और सुलभ न्याय उसे कब मिलेगा। इसके बारे में भी हम ज़रूर विचार करें। एक बार मैं आपके इस गुवाहाटी के इस 75 वर्ष के इतिहास में जितने उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं, जिन जिन लोगों का योगदान रहा है, जिन जिन लोगों ने इस कोर्ट की ऊंचाई को बढ़ाने का प्रयत्न किया है, जिन्होंने कुछ मापदंड कायम किए हैं न्यायालय के, उन सब लोगों को निरंतर याद रखते हुए भविष्य की पीढ़ी को भी ये समझाने का प्रयास करें कि न्याय जो वास्तव में है इस देश की रग रग में है कि आपके द्वारा किए हुए हर फैसले को सर माथे पर रख करके देश को चलाता है। इसीलिए 75 वर्ष के इस लोकतंत्र में यही एकमात्र देश है जिसने हर उतार चढ़ाव देखने के बाद भी ये देश निरंतर प्रगति की ओर बढ़ता रहा है। मैं सोचता हूँ आप पर बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, इस जिम्मेदारी को और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास करें। और एक बार महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदय, आपका बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं आसाम की जनता की तरफ से, यहाँ बैठे हुए सभी साथियों की तरफ से। आपने इस कार्यक्रम में आकर के इसको जो ऊंचाई दी है उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
I would now request Srimati Droupadi Murmu, Honorable President of India, to kindly deliver her valuable speech.
Governor of Assam, Sri Gulab Chand Kataria ji, Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud ji, Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Hemant Biswa Sarma ji, Union Minister for Law and Justice, Sri Kiren Rijiju ji, Chief Justice of Gauhati High Court, Sri Justice Sandeep Mehta ji, Judge of Gauhati High Court, Sri Justice L. Jamir ji, Judges of the Supreme Court of India, Judges of Gauhati High Court, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar, Johar. I am indeed glad to be here among you on this occasion, which is historic for the Gauhati High Court. Completing 75 years of public service is undoubtedly a cause of great pride. So let me first congratulate all those associated with this court, judges, lawyers, and court employees of the past and the present for their significant contribution to this outstanding institution. I also congratulate the people of the Northeast in general and the people of Assam in particular, as they have also made crucial contributions to this achievement. A period of 75 years is but a blink in history, but it is indeed a long time for individuals and the institutions they built. Last year, we began celebrating 75 years of independence. The whole nation is celebrating this in the form of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which with patriotic fervor. Milestones like this make us aware of the past that has shaped our present. That is also true for our celebrations today. Today's occasion reminds us of the vision and commitment of those who shaped this institution in its early years. The Gauhati High Court, of course, holds a unique place in India's judicial landscape. After its inception in 1948, it had jurisdiction over 7 states for more than 6 decades and still has jurisdiction over 4 states. At one point of time, its jurisdiction included Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, Meghalaya and Tripura, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh. After the establishment of separate high courts for the states of Manipur, Meghalaya and Tripura in 2013, the Gauhati High Court has jurisdiction over the states of Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh with its principal seat at Gauhati and 3 permanent benches in Kohima, Aizawl and Itanagar. The Gauhati High Court has also established a distinct identity for itself by producing a number of legal luminaries, some of whom have also ascended to the distinguished position of the Chief Justice of India. It has also received attention for delivering several landmark decisions. I am confident that the Gauhati High Court will continue to serve the people in the same manner in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the northeastern region comprising 8 states is aptly described as the area of Ashtalakshmi. This region of the rising sun is possibly the best example of how various communities have lived together historically. As a result, it has rich ethnic and linguistic diversity. In such a region, institutions need to have a great deal of sensitivity and responsibility as divergent traditions and laws govern the lives of the people of the region. The indigenous people of the hill areas prefer conciliatory processes rather than somewhat adversarial systems. Some of the customary practices for dispute resolution prevalent here are not only expeditious, they are also highly effective. The legislation applicable to different areas may vary, but the entire area is administered by a common high court. In this light, it is heartening to see that the Gauhati High Court continues to uphold the customary laws that have been in practice in some of the states under its jurisdiction. By respecting the sentiments of the indigenous people, this institution has helped enhance the ethos of peaceful coexistence in this region. Thus, this court has rightly taken pride in administering justice in an area with great variation geographically, typically, as well as ethnically. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was thinking about the achievement of the Gauhati High Court, I also gave a thought to the role of justice in our society. The foundation of India as a modern republic is our magnificent constitution, whose cornerstone is justice. The framer of the constitution had a vision that had emerged out of our glorious freedom struggle. They envisioned independent India as a nation where all citizens were equal in every sense of the term. Equality was meant not only as equality before law. That is why their notion of justice was quite expansive. Justice includes economic and social justice as well. Indeed, it expands beyond 2 or 3 aspects, and it becomes the duty of every generation to make the term meaningful in its time. In our time, I believe we must become sensitive to ecological justice. Environmental degradation has led to great injustice to many communities around the world. In fact, we need to be sensitive to other species as well as towards the whole ecology, because humankind as a whole has done unprecedented damage. That is injustice to the other members of Mother Nature's family. Working towards ecological justice can take many forms, and the legal fraternity, I am sure, will also make meaningful contributions to it. Speaking of justice, I cannot help but repeat what I have said before. I strongly believe that justice, by definition, has to be inclusive and that must be accessible to all. However, access to justice is hindered by many factors. Cost of justice is one of them, and we need to keep expanding the reach of free legal counseling. The language of justice is another hindrance, but there is praiseworthy progress in that direction, and the higher judiciary has started making verdicts available in more and more regional languages. There can be many more innovations to make the legal processes inclusive in terms of language. We should also note the increasing role of technology in the administration of justice. This welcome development has been solving many problems that had affected the system for long. I especially urge the young generation, young lawyers and students of law to find technological solutions in the legal domain that can provide a helping hand to the poor and the needy. लेकिन मैं चीफ जस्टिस से सहमत हूँ। कितने लोगों को हम टेक्नोलॉजी, कितने लोगों के पास हम अभी तक पहुँचाए हैं? उन लोगों को हम पहुँचाए हैं नेटवर्क जो एक्चुअली सिस्टम के बारे में पता है, जो एडुकेटेड है। इसलिए मैं सब गवर्नमेंट से अनुरोध करती हूँ, आग्रह करती हूँ, जल्द से जल्द सभी लोगों को टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंचाने के लिए जो माध्यम चाहिए, जो प्रोसेस चाहिए, उनको एक्सेस होना चाहिए। Ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate all individuals associated with the Gauhati High Court on the occasion of completion of 75 years of its service to justice and jurisprudence. I wish you and this august institution all the best for the journey ahead. As the festival spirit welcoming Ronguli Bihu is in the air, I offer my warmest greetings to all of you. मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। मैं नवंबर 26 में कुछ बातें इसे मैं कही थी, उसके बारे में चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया संज्ञान लिए हैं, गवर्नमेंट भी उसके बारे में सोचे हैं और थोड़ा बहुत काम शुरू हुआ है। मुझे लगता है ये केवल शुरुआत ही है, आगे अच्छे से अच्छे होगा और लोगों को जस्टिस मिलेगा। थैंक यू। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
I would request all present to kindly rise for the national anthem. The national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a close of this prestigious event. I'd request all present to kindly join us for high tea. We would reconvene for the next leg of the event in just a short while. Thank you so much.
Hello, 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 hello.
I would request all present to kindly take the seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce the arrival of our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India. I request your Lordship to kindly take your seat on the dais.
May I request the judicial officers to kindly escort the dignitaries onto the dais. We also have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Rishikesh Roy, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Pankaj Mithal, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Manoj Mishra, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Lanasunkum Jamir, Judge, Gauhati High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Sham, Judge, Gauhati High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Achintamalla Bujar Borua, Judge, Gauhati High Court. Shri Manan Kumar Mishra, Chairman, Bar Council of India. Shri Dilip Chaudhary, President, Gauhati High Court, Bar Association.
Namaskar. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice and the Honorable Judges of the Gauhati High Court, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all to this event to commemorate the Platinum Jubilee celebration of the Gauhati High Court. We would first like to felicitate our esteemed guests on the dais. We would begin with our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India. I would request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors. Haziq Rashid, a 10th standard student and son of Mrs. Benazir Ahmed, Advocate Gauhati High Court, will present a portrait sketch to the Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India. Thank you. Now, Swati Bidhan Borua, India's first and Assam's only transgender advocate, will present a bouquet to Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India.
We would like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Lanu Sungkum Jamir, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would now like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India. I would request Honorable Mr. Justice Manas Ranjan Pathak, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Rishikesh Roy, Judge, Supreme Court of India. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Manas Ranjan Pathak, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors. We would like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Judge, Supreme Court of India. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Michael Zothangkhuma, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would now like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Pankaj Mithal, Judge, Supreme Court of India. I would request Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Sham, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsan Uddin Amanullah. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Sham, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would now like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Manoj Mishra, Judge, Supreme Court of India. I would request Honorable Mr. Justice Osinta Molla Bujar Borua, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would like to felicitate Shri Manan Kumar Mishra, Chairman Bar Council of India. I request Shri Roman Borua, Registrar Vigilance, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
We would now like to felicitate Shri Dilip Chaudhary, President, Gauhati High Court Bar Association. I would like to request Shri Nayan Honkar Borwa, Member Secretary, Assam State Legal Services Authority, to kindly do the honors.
May I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Lanasunkum Jamir, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Every celebration is an experience. The external fades away and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depth of our hearts. We are reminded that jubilees are milestones on the journey of life and reminders of God's fidelity all through. Today our hearts are filled with gratitude and joy that overflows within us as we recall the path the Gauhati High Court has traveled in these 75 years. Platinum Jubilee is an occasion to remember those great judges and lawyers, giving us an opportunity to reflect as to whether we are preserving the rich legacy and heritage which we inherited from them. Judiciary plays an important role in upholding and promoting the rights of citizens in a country. The active role of the judiciary in upholding the rights of citizens and preserving the constitutional and legal systems of the country is well known and well recognized. Judiciary is an effective tool in implementing constitutional principles when the executive and the legislature fails to do so. Citizens approach the judiciary as last resort for protecting their rights when all other doors are closed. The Indian judiciary has been considered as a guardian and protector of the Indian Constitution. In this regard, it may be gainfully referred that Gauhati High Court is also relentlessly serving the cause of the citizen for the last 75 years. This is a historic occasion in the annals of the Gauhati High Court. Dignitaries from far and near have gathered together at this moment to join us in celebrating the completion of 75 years of the existence of this great and glorious institution. On this memorable day, it is my unique privilege to extend a very cordial welcome to all of you on behalf of the Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court, my sister and brother judges, the officers and staff of this registry, and myself. We are particularly honored and gratified that Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, is amidst us today for launching the software applications of online e-Sewa Kendra for the state of Assam, an integrated CIS and e-prisons application using open APIs. When it comes to technological advancement, the judiciary cannot keep itself aloof. we need to reap the dividends of development of information and technology and apply the technological advancements. To rise to the practically achievable height, it is requisite that we make progress by leaps and bounds. It would be possible to do so only if we join our heads together, put our best foot forward, and devote our time and energy. No doubt, the task is Herculean, but not beyond our capabilities and abilities. We are also equally honored in having the presence of the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court of India, the Honorable Retired Judges of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable the Chief Justice of Telangana High Court, former Chief Justices and former judges of the Gauhati High Court, other judges from the different high courts, the learned advocate generals of Assam, Nagaland, and Mizoram, and members of this great bar in our midst this evening. We welcome you all. In the midst of jubilation, which reflects merely the transient aspect of our platinum celebration, let us not be oblivious of the central fact that the momentous function has a serious and solemn purpose as well. The Platinum Jubilee celebration of the Gauhati High Court is an occasion for stock-taking of our tradition, an occasion for paying homage to those who by their struggles have won for us the heights on which we stand today. The unseen, to our mind, has a greater influence in molding our lives than the seen. Perhaps the spirits of our departed predecessors have gathered here on this occasion around this hallowed institution in which they worked, worshipped justice, and made law. We feel that they are joining us in our prayer to the Almighty to give us strength and capacity, not only to preserve the glory and grandeur of this precious legacy, but to enhance it further by our achievements. We welcome you once again, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, and all other distinguished guests, and invite you to bless this great institution so that it may serve as a fitting medium for the realization of the cherished dream of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I would now request Honorable Mr. Justice Rishikesh Roy, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to kindly share a few words.
The Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice Dhananjay Y. Chandrachud, my brother judges from the Supreme Court, the retired judges from the Supreme Court, Justice M.K. Sharma, Justice Sapre, the Pune judges and the Chief Justice Sanjeev Mehta of Gauhati High Court, Shri Manan Mishra, the Chairman of the Bar Council, Shri Dilip Chaudhary, the President of the Gauhati High Court Bar Association, the Advocate Generals who are present here, students of law, and I hope all of us are students of law who are present, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that Justice Chandrachud has been relentless in his push towards software applications in the judicial system of our country. And there could be no better person than him to be present to launch in the Gauhati High Court the integrated CIS and e-prison application and the online e-Seva Kendra for the people of this region. Today, as the Law Minister had earlier said, by virtue of the third phase of the Supreme Court's e-court project, there is a target to develop and execute an ecosystem approach that combines the use of different digital technologies to make the judicial system more accessible, efficient, and equitable. Phase 3 will move ahead from not just making our courts paperless, a thing I'm getting accustomed myself in recent times, but eventually allow the litigants to file cases from anywhere, facilitate pleadings online, make fee available, make fee payable on portals, and lend certainty and assurance to the court proceedings. There will be obstacles in the shifting process, but I am sure that the commitment and the vision of the CJI and other judges who are pushing the move will motivate the people and make the justice delivery system much more effective. I'm so delighted that on an occasion like this, the Chief Justice, who has been described as the North Star of the Indian judiciary, is present in the northeastern region of the country. The Chief Justice has dined with premiers and presidents, but so importantly, he has not lost the common touch. The CJI symbolizes a beacon of inspiration and hope for the common man, and this may be the reason why he remarked in a recent event that his favorite media person is not ABC journalist, but the cartoonist R.K. Lakshman, who made common man the focus of his creative cartoons. On this important milestone for the Gauhati High Court, I compliment the Chief Justice Sandeep Mehta and his team of judges for taking steps to harness digital technologies to make our court system more vigorous and responsible. To acknowledge the efforts of our Chief Justice to make the court system more accessible to the people who are disadvantaged, and his commitments for justice to the common man, may I present to Justice D.Y. Chandrachud the very best of R.K. Lakshman's common man in different avatars, which are, if I may say, witty, charming, thought-provoking, and somewhat mischievous also, just like my friend Dhananjay Chandrachud. Can I have that book? Yes. The common man. The book I have just presented to the Chief Justice, he's holding on to it. It is signed by all the Supreme Court judges who are present here, and it is signed by all the High Court judges, including the Chief Justice. So that is for the DYC.
Thank you, Lordship. I would now like to request Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to kindly address the August gathering.
Namaskar. Very good evening to all of you. Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, my other esteemed brother judges of the Supreme Court, former judges of the Supreme Court, Justice Mukundam Sarma, Justice Sapre, Justice Amita Roy, my dear friend, Justice Sandeep Mehta, Chief Justice, Gauhati High Court, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, honorable judges of the Gauhati High Court, former and present, Sri Manan Kumar Mishra, Chairman Bar Council of India, members of the Bar, Registry, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen, today there will be launching of 2 software applications after some time, which will be a real gift to our loved and respected Honorable the Chief Justice, Justice Chandrachud, because computerization and digitalization, so that the judiciary can reach to the common man, is always in the heart of our Honorable the Chief Justice. So it's a real gift to our Honorable the Chief Justice. It is with immense pleasure that I participate in the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of the Gauhati High Court. I feel proud and privileged to participate in the Platinum Jubilee celebration of the High Court physically. I express my warm felicitation and greetings to all the judges, former and the present, lawyers and the staff of the Gauhati High Court, and also to the people of state of Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh. The celebration of Platinum Jubilee of any institution is a great event in the history of that institution. The celebration of Platinum Jubilee of the High Court is of greater importance and joy. It also calls for introspection. The Platinum Jubilee is an occasion to remember all those great judges who sat on the bench and all those great lawyers who appeared in the court and helped in dispensation of justice. It is also a function which gives us an opportunity to reflect as to whether we are preserving the rich legacy and heritage which we have inherited from great judges and the lawyers alike. We have to ask the question whether we are enhancing the image further or there has been some deterioration. The Gauhati High Court, initially established as Assam High Court, started its journey on 5th April 1948 under the able leadership of Sir Ronald Francis Lodge, who was appointed as the first Chief Justice of the newly established Assam High Court. In this long journey of 75 years, the High Court has seen many changes on creation of new states and on establishment of the High Courts in Meghalaya, Manipur and Tripura. As on today, the High Court has jurisdiction over 4 states. The Gauhati High Court is unique in itself. Gauhati High Court is in the India's magnificent and distinct region, namely Northeast, where the sun rises to awaken the region and its inhabitants. The land of the rising sun is a classic example, making the Assam and the northeastern states the most ethnically and linguistically heterogeneous state in the entire country. We have to learn the lesson from the sun. Every day the sun rises in the morning and performs its duties without expecting anything. Again, it rises in the next morning. Similarly, the courts in the northeastern have to show the ray of hope to the needy, being part of the justice delivery system. It is heartening to see that the Gauhati High Court continue to uphold the rights of the tribal, and the poor and the needy. Gauhati High Court has all throughout respected the feelings of the indigenous tribal people. Like a mother, this institution has played an important role in protecting the sentiments of the people of the states and stood whenever the courage is required. When I took a glance on the judges and the lawyers, I found so many names of the great judges and eminent and distinguished lawyers. Many of them later became judges, and the number of them reached the apex court and even as the Chief Justice of India. We are lucky that some of them are present amongst us and are a part of this august gathering. I salute and bow my head in the memory of all those who are no more, and also those who are present here to give blessings to all of us. The history speaks how the Gauhati High Court, right from the Assam High Court, has contributed in the justice delivery system. I have no doubt that all of them have worked very hard, but the fact is that despite these efforts and hard work, numbers of cases are on rapid increase. Result is delay in disposal of cases. Litigants are fully justified when they expect decision of their cases in a reasonable time. One factor that can affect the image and erode the faith of a common man in the judiciary is delay in disposal of cases. If we cannot enhance this image which we have inherited, it is our responsibility to at least ensure that it is maintained and no dent is created in it. We cannot always live on our past glory. Despite some dent in the image when compared to the past, still the people of this country have great trust and faith in the judiciary. The faith is our strength and it has to be maintained at every cost. Justice H.R. Khanna once said in a lecture that the greatest asset and the strongest weapon in the armory of the judiciary is the confidence it commands and the faith it inspires in the minds of the people. The common man considers the judiciary as the ultimate guardian of his rights and liberties. The common man considers the courts as temple of justice. The common man considers the judge as the next to God. Therefore, no institution can take for granted the respect of the community. It has high expectations and constantly demands proof of its utility. If problem of delay is not tackled now, it can shake people's faith. If people lose respect of law and the respect for the courts which administer law, it will be a bad day for us. It will affect the rule of law in the country. Therefore, it is the duty of the courts to maintain the sanctity and the purity of legal administration and dispensation of justice. Let all work together to justify the existence of the institution in the journey of justice delivery system. Judiciary is facing so many challenges so that the faith and trust reposed by the common man in the institution is not shaken. Let us take an oath today on celebrating 75th years to serve the nation and the common man for whom the institution is established and exists. Let us all devise new methods, new tools, and innovate new strategies for the purpose of reaching social justice to the common man. We have to make full use of the modern technology. We have to stop the adjournment culture. I am sure that in the years to come, the honorable judges of the Gauhati High Court as well as the subordinate judiciary shall work harder so that the common man may continue to have faith in the justice delivery system. Ladies and gentlemen, I would end up by prayer to the Almighty to shower His blessings on the entire state of Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, more particularly the judiciary and the legal fraternity, so that it can come up to just aspiration of the citizens. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. God may continue to bless all of us in future. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I would now like to request Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Chairperson ICT Committee, Gauhati High Court, to share a few words before we move on to the launch of online e-Seva Kendra for the state of Assam and the integrated CIS and e-prisons application.
Namaskar and good evening to all of you. Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable Judges from the Supreme Court of India who are present here today along with their spouses, Shri Manan Kumar Mishra, Chairman of the Bar Council of India, Shri Dilip Kumar Chaudhary, President Gauhati High Court Bar Association, Honorable dignitaries of the dais, former judges of the Supreme Court of India, former judges of this court, my esteemed colleagues in the bench, eminent senior counsels, learned members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen. In a few minutes from now, we shall have the launch of two very important apps at the auspicious hands of the Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Just before the launch, I would like to appraise you about a few thoughts which went behind this launch and the work that had been done by the ICT Committee of the Gauhati High Court as a build-up to this process. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would be aware, under the visionary leadership of Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, the Patron-in-Chief and the Chairperson of the E-Committee of the Supreme Court of India, many significant steps have already been initiated to introduce technology to the judicial process. Since its inception in the year 2005, the E-Committee of the Supreme Court of India, with the support from the Law Ministry, Government of India, has undertaken a number of significant steps for computerization of the Indian judiciary in the phase 1 and phase 2 of the e-court project. However, the process of digitization of the judiciary has gained significant momentum after the reins of the E-Committee were taken over by Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. The recent outbreak of pandemic COVID-19 has further expedited the process, with thousands of court proceedings having been held with the help of video conferencing facilities across India. With the introduction of video conferencing facilities, e-filing of cases, establishing paperless courts, digital payment of court fees, and live streaming of judicial proceedings, there has been a silent transformation in the judicial process in India, so much so that today one can confidently say that the Indian judiciary is in the cusp of going completely paperless in the near future. The process of digitization in judiciary, aimed at providing time-bound, citizen-centric services to the litigants, primarily seeks to increase the efficiency of the system by providing real-time information to the stakeholders. The phase 3 of the e-courts projects, which has already commenced, just 2 days back, and even today during the course of his speech, the Honorable Law Minister of India has laid emphasis to the importance of this project and has announced that rupees 7,000 crore has been earmarked for digitization of judiciary in the phase 3 of the e-court project. The system has to therefore gear up to utilize this resource and translate the same into realistic benefits for the end users, that is the litigants. With these developments, the legal fraternity in general and the members of the bar and bench in particular can no longer afford to remain unfamiliar with technology, nor can anyone remain aloof from these changes. Following the footsteps of the E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, the ICT Committee in the Gauhati High Court, under the dynamic leadership of the Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court, Sri Sandeep Mehta, has also initiated several significant steps to activate and operationalize the digitized platform for the judiciary in Assam as well as in the 3 other states coming within the jurisdiction of the High Court. E-filing of cases in all arbitration matters as well as e-filing of pleadings by the government departments have already been made mandatory in the Gauhati High Court. The ICT committee is also actively considering expanding the scope of this notification so as to make it compulsory e-filing in other category of cases as well. Work is under progress to provide online certified copy of court's orders in vernacular. Side by side, steps are being taken so as to establish a robust e-filing mechanism at each district level. E-Seva Kendras have been already established in the High Court as well as at the district levels in Assam. Facilities such as N-Steps, that is service of summons notices through electronic mode, digital courts, e-payment mechanism are active in Assam today. The ICT committee, with the able participation of my esteemed brother judges, Justice K.R. Surana, Justice Soumitra Saikia, Justice Debashish Borua, and Justice Arundev Chaudhary, is meeting frequently and regularly to explore introduction of technology in many other new areas of operation. At this juncture, I would also like to remember with a sense of reverence the useful contribution made by the former chairpersons and members of the ICT committee, without which we would not have been able to reach this stage today. The ICT committee of the Gauhati High Court is also exploring the possibilities of storing metadata of each category of cases at the time of filing of those cases so that the data so stored in the system can be subsequently used for many purposes, including grouping, regrouping of cases, and for other ancillary jobs. The ICT committee is also exploring the possibilities of making available innovative digitized features to the lawyers, such as self-generation of cause lists where mutually agreeable dates for listing of cases is possible. We are also exploring the possibility of letting, at some point of time, only those cases to come up before the courts for hearing where contested and adjudicatory orders are called for, while deflating the other dockets to be handled primarily through a completely digitized process with the help of AI technology. To ensure a smooth transition of this process and with a view to implement the important directives and guidelines coming from the E-Committee, the Gauhati High Court has recently recruited a full-time IT professional in the rank of Register IT, full stop. In-house team of the ICT committee, which includes the Register IT, Sri R.A. Tapadar, Sri Diganta Barman, the IT consultant, Sri Obam Mize, Joint Register and Central Project Coordinator, OSD, E-Courts, Sri Devashish Kashyap and Sri Pranab Dwara, Senior System Officers, are working relentlessly to develop new softwares and computer applications to further streamline the judicial process. The development of the mobile app Bhorosa, which was launched a little while back by the Honorable President of India, is also a creation of the ICT team of the High Court, which we believe will go a long way in ensuring women's safety. The Gauhati High Court also has constituted an AI committee comprising of Justices Sri S.K. Medhi and Sri Robin Kumar Fukan for implementing AI-assisted legal translations of court orders and judgments. The online E-Seva Kendra, which is proposed to be launched today, is inspired by the idea of access to justice for all. It is a unique artificial intelligence-based chatbot designed to provide 24/7 service. The chatbot will be available in the official website of the Gauhati High Court. It is a voice-enabled service. As soon as a query is made by the user, it breaks the query into meaningful words so as to find out a suitable reply. The response would be available in natural language, in text as well as in voice. With the help of this facility, the citizen will be able to obtain relevant information pertaining to many important aspects of the judicial process without any human intervention. The integrated CIS in e-prisons application has been taken up as a pilot project in Assam, which envisages direct communication between the court and the prison system with the help of Open Application Programming Interface, in short API. Unlike the ICGS portal, access to which is restricted, all the court information system user can avail the service of this system so as to extract data on the criminal antecedents of each and every prisoner, assisted by detailed information on the health conditions, parole details, family details, etc. of the prisoners, along with a mini statement comprising data drawn from all the pillars of ICGS. The prison system will also be updated with case details along with orders and judgments of the court. With these few words, may I now humbly request the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, to kindly formally launch the two applications through a remote control device. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I would request Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly hand over the remote for the launch.
Online E-Seva Kendra. Access to justice for all. The E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, is undertaking various initiatives for making the court system accessible, cost-effective, reliable and transparent. Following the footsteps of the E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, the ICT Committee of the Gauhati High Court is taking a step forward towards the goal of access to justice for all through implementation of online E-Seva Kendras. Online E-Seva Kendra is a unique chatbot-based citizen-centric service. It is based on artificial intelligence that we interact in natural language. The chatbot uses proximity rules, bot rules, and language rules for maximum weighted reply. It is a voice-enabled service, and as soon as query is asked by the user, it breaks the query into the meaningful words to find out the suitable reply and assess the user's query to give related responses by typing on the bot and through speech. With the help of this service, users may quickly receive responses of any queries related to the court, that too without any staff engagements. This unique initiative of the ICT Committee of the Gauhati High Court is another milestone in bringing the courts to the doorstep of the citizens with the motto of access to justice for all. Integrated CIS and e-prisons application using open APIs. Envisioned by Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, on usage of open APIs for encouraging legal research and analysis. A pilot project integrating courts CIS and prisons e-prisons using open APIs in Assam is initiated by the ICT Committee of the Gauhati High Court. Through this initiative, a direct communication between the court and the prison system is established. The application is developed in FOSS as per the guidelines laid down in the policy document of the Phase 2 of the e-Courts project. Unlike the ICJS portal, all the court users can use this application for complete criminal antecedent of each and every prisoner with details from each of the pillar: police, court, prison, prosecution, FSL, etc. along with mini statement of the prisoner which contains various cases across the state in various courts. Information such on 436A, health conditions, parole details, family details will be helpful for the courts in decision making. The prison system will also be updated in the case details, CNR. With the CNR, e-prisons system will be updated by each and every court proceedings along with orders and judgments. The application will support the court specifically in criminal cases by providing real-time insightful information in addition to the information provided by police and prosecution. The technology-driven fast-track information will help the courts in delivering justice in real time and updating the prison system for taking necessary timely action for the jail inmates. Inspired by the noble ideas of Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud to use technology for a better justice delivery system and the initiative of the ICT Committee of the Gauhati High Court using open APIs in the state of Assam will further foster a litigant-friendly system.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I would now request our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, to kindly deliver his valuable speech.
My very distinguished colleagues from the Supreme Court, Justice M.R. Shah, Justice Rishikesh Roy, Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Justice Dipankar Datta, Justice Pankaj Mittal, Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Justice Manoj Mishra, Justice Sandeep Mehta, the Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court, and all his very distinguished colleagues, Shri Manan Kumar Mishra ji, Chairperson of the Bar Council of India, Shri Dilip Chaudhary, the President of the Gauhati High Court Bar Association, all the other members of the Bar Council, the Bar Associations, spouses of colleagues, distinguished guests, members of the Bar, ladies and gentlemen. After that beautiful book which my very dear friend Justice Rishikesh Roy presented to me, Rishi as he is to me, I was hoping that I can spend the rest of the evening delving deep into the thoughts of R.K. Lakshman and his quintessential common man. When I say common man, it should be more appropriate in today's language to say common person. But then I have some duties to do before my day is done. But I address you not out of a sense of duty, but truly as a sense of pride and happiness at having been invited to participate in the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of the Gauhati High Court. This is a crowning moment for the High Court. 75 years of the successful functioning of the judicial system in the entire Northeast. Unlike many other courts which have celebrated 50 years, 75 years, I belong to two states, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra, which completed the sesquicentennial. But unlike those states, this High Court represents the whole ethos of the Northeast. And I think that is what stands out. This High Court has brought a whole swath of territory, of population, of history, of culture, within the framework of the rule of law. It has ensured that while development takes place in the context of ordered liberty. So it is never too early and never too late to acknowledge the very important position which the Gauhati High Court has in the affairs of our nation. In many ways, the history of this High Court over more than 7 decades is the history of the people who have served the institution. It is the history of the judges who sat on the bench and contributed significantly in promoting the rule of law. And today we felicitate those judges who have passed on the baton to us as successors in the pilgrim's path. We honor today the rich heritage and legacy of these distinguished judges who came to this court and have contributed their most productive years of life towards enriching this institution and placing it on such a stable foundation. The history of this High Court is also the history of the lawyers who appeared in court and helped in dispensing justice. But also the history of this court is a history of the staff in the registry, the employees who have been associated with the court for years and even decades. By celebrating the Platinum Jubilee of the High Court, we commemorate the collective role of men and women who have served for the cause of law and justice. Completion of 75 years is indeed a momentous occasion, but it's also a time for introspection on the role of this court and the high courts in general, exercising jurisdiction as we have 25 high courts across 28 states and 8 union territories. The jurisdiction which is exercised by our high courts not only encapsulates the geographical diversity, but also the cultural, religious, and the linguistic diversity of the people of India. It is our shared values and principles enshrined in the Constitution that bind us together despite our diversity. It is in this context that the role of the High Court assumes importance. We all wear this very drab attire of black and white every day to the court. We have discarded the wigs which the British had brought here. But there is a symbolism which underlies the drab attire which we wear. The symbolism is that beneath that drab attire lies the medley of colors that defines India in terms of what we eat, in terms of what we believe or whom we believe, in terms of what we wear, in terms of where we live, in terms of the cultures and festivals which we celebrate. So within the black and drab outfits which we wear as lawyers and judges, the purpose of our outfits is to remind society not that we suppress what lies within the medley of colors which lies within, but that encompassing all the colors that we don within is this great uniformity, this great universality which law as a discipline brings to us. After the Constitution of India was enacted and adopted, Sir Ivor Jennings, the great constitutional scholar, said that it was too long, too detailed, and too rigid. Fali Nariman quotes it in an article called The Way Forward in the Seminar magazine. Doubts were raised then about the efficacy of the Constitution in governing a country as diverse as ours. Yet, our Constitution still endures 73 years since its adoption. That is not an accident. The Constitution has endured because of its abiding tradition for tolerance. The Constitution has endured because of its abiding tradition of inclusion. The Constitution has endured because it does not accept one dogma as a prevailing dogma for the nation. She, above all, represents what our mothers taught us, that come what may, in terms of the vicissitudes of the life and therefore the nation will still continue to exist. But our Supreme Court and the High Courts have dynamically interpreted the black letters of the Constitution and in that process transformed the Constitution into a living document. We as judges often pronounce on disputes between parties by applying the law to facts. In doing so, we interpret the law in accordance with a particular jurisprudential thought, even though we may not necessarily spell it out in absolute terms in our judgments. But being the custodians of constitutional values, it is an imperative duty of the judges to ensure that constitutional provisions are applied to improve the quality of life of every individual. To realize the true essence of transformative constitutionalism, we have to interpret laws to challenge the hegemonic power structures and secure the values of dignity and equality for all individuals. A short while ago, the Chief Minister dwelt on the fearless role which was played by the Gauhati High Court during the years of the emergency. That statement of the Honorable Chief Minister has left a deep imprint on my mind. Many of us were young students when the emergency was declared. The emergency was declared exactly 47 years and a few months ago. And yet, the signal reminder about the symbolism of the Gauhati High Court was what the fearless judges of those times did during the years of the emergency. I'm not quite sure whether they were realized that they were held up as role models at that time. But judges are equally judged by posterity. We are also constantly judged by the present. But we cannot let the judging of judges by the present affect our obligation to abide by constitutional values. Because the ultimate judge of the work which we as judges do is how posterity will hold us up after we have ceased to be lordships and after we have ceased to be honored and worshipped, so to speak. So in the work which we do, and I speak this to the young lawyers today, the young judges today, the young law students today, and of course, the young judges filled up the call of conscience by senior members who walked through the portals of the judiciary, many of whom are present today. So they will hold up all of us to the standards which they set when they were judges of the Gauhati High Court. It's something that we have to remember. The judiciary is increasingly being called upon today to enforce basic human rights. Our courts have been empathetic towards the sufferings of the poor, the marginalized when dispensing justice. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the High Courts heard petitions on a regular basis on various aspects of mitigation and management. Regular hearings were conducted to monitor the proper utilization of hospital beds and oxygen supplies to ameliorate the sufferings of people. The functioning of the High Courts during the pandemic has further reaffirmed the faith of the public in the ability of the judiciary to bring about social change and stability, even when existence itself was seriously under a cloud, as the pandemic did 2 years ago. Another important matter which I want to briefly dwell on is that every High Court dispenses justice by playing a supervisory role over the courts and the district judiciary within its jurisdiction. The object of the conferment of powers on the High Courts is to assess the work which is performed by district judges and inspire them to give their best results. The High Courts are also responsible for dispensing justice by the district judiciary. For example, during the lockdown, many High Courts directed the district and taluka courts to hear urgent civil and criminal matters in the virtual mode. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the High Courts to use their administrative functions to improve the quality and experience of justice. But I want to speak at this point on the relationship between the High Court and the district judiciary. Too very often we refer to the district judiciary as the subordinate judiciary. The district judiciary is subordinate in terms of administrative control which the High Courts wield, in terms of the appellate hierarchies. But this sense of subordination has now created a culture of subordination in the relationship between the high courts and the district judiciary. Technology is part of our mission to modernize. But can we truly modernize the judiciary unless we modernize mindsets? People of my generation accepted blindly what our parents told us. When I was young, there would be a firman from my father that we are going to go the next morning on a holiday to Pune. And we just packed our bags and went off to Pune. No longer now. Our children don't accept what we say for its face value. They question. And we must understand that the same applies to the district judiciary as well, which consists of young judicial officers. The best way for us in the higher judiciary to earn respect is to substitute subordination by equality. Equality is consistent with respect. Am I saying something far from the truth when I say that our children are our friends? My father was born in 1920, but he was my best friend and I was his best friend, possibly. It was a relationship of equality later on in life, but a relationship founded on deep respect and friendship. So equality is consistent with the sense of respect which we give our judicial officers as well. I think times have now changed, and it's important for us to treat the district judiciary as a judiciary which has the first interface with the common citizen and in whom the faith of our citizens must rest. One genuine criticism that I feel we need to address on a priority basis is that the Indian judiciary is insulated and distant from the people. Being public institutions, it is our duty to make our court buildings and justice dispensation more accessible to the people. The COVID pandemic presented our institutions with a unique opportunity to put in place an improved and sustainable system of court services. Adoption of technology is essential to make our judicial processes more transparent, efficient, and accessible. But what better way to start with accessibility than language itself? I have the felicity of talking to you in English, which is our great link language. But English was not the language in which my parents went to school. Both my father and mother went to a Marathi medium school and started learning the modicum of English when they went to the 8th standard. English was not the language which we spoke at home. But our parents had the foresight to send us to an English school, which was very different from the culture which we had at home. Our culture was essentially a Maharashtrian culture, simple culture. The culture in school, in an anglicized school, was very different. And adopting to that new culture was very difficult for me as a young child, because the values which we learned in school were very different from the values which we learnt at home. My mother didn't dress up like many of the mothers whose children came to that school, and I belonged to a very simple family, where my mother had carried cartloads of clothes from the 3rd floor of a Bombay tenement, a Mumbai tenement, down to a common water tap. But we were presented with opportunity. I always ask myself, how many people have those opportunities? And don't we, by the use of language in our courts, deny access to young, talented people who have everything else but the power of expression? Technology has given us options today. And one of the first missions which I have adopted after taking over as Chief Justice in November 2022 is to ensure that all judgments of the Supreme Court of India are translated in every language which is recognized by the Indian Constitution. We are using artificial intelligence to do that, a software which has been developed by the IIT at Madras. But technology cannot substitute human beings. Otherwise, why would you need judges? A robot will tell you how to decide a case, right? But you still need judges. You still need us with all our imperfections and human failings. But over and above technology, we have put into place a mechanism whereby retired district judges across India are now verifying the translations which have been made by the artificial intelligence software which we are deploying. So we have close to 4,400 judgments which have been translated already into Hindi. The acting Chief Justice of the Madras High Court wrote to me yesterday saying that 270 judgments have been translated into Tamil. The movement is gradually gaining footage. And I'm happy to note that the high courts are now commencing the process of translating their own judgments into the judgments which citizens in that state truly understand. So this is an important aspect which we have to look at. Technology in the law courts is very different from the technology which a pilot uses in the cockpit of a modern fighter aircraft. Technology in the cockpit of a modern fighter aircraft is something which only the pilot can use. Nobody except that pilot who is highly trained in technology can use it. The purpose of technology in the Indian courts is not to divide those who have access to technology from those who don't have access to technology. The use of technology is not to create an elitist class of lawyers who will steal a march over the others. The purpose of technology is reach out to people who do not have access to resources, because technology provides us options which otherwise we do not have. Our courtrooms provide a space for common citizens to converse with the state on equal terms using the language of the rule of law. The challenge before us as judges, as lawyers, is how do we publicize the rule of law? Court proceedings are a crucial part of imparting legal consciousness among the general public. More importantly, court proceedings also perform the important function of building public memory and ensuring that the past is not forgotten. When we spoke about the emergency, we are trying to ensure that the past is not forgotten. Introduction of virtual hearings has ensured that general public has access to the court at their own convenience. Virtual courts have not only reduced the expense for litigants, but ensured the speedy disposal of cases. A corollary to virtual courts is that many high courts have started live streaming their proceedings. Live streaming of court proceedings is an essential step in ensuring that justice is not only being done, but seen to be done. I believe that our citizens are entitled to know if all judges sit in court all through the working hours, or is the court rendered empty 1/3 or halfway down the working day? Our citizens are entitled to know why are adjournments granted by judges? Is it that the judges are not working, or is it that the lawyer is not willing to argue the case? These are questions to which our citizens are demanding answers. Live streaming will encourage young lawyers. Live streaming will be encouraging young women lawyers. Young women lawyers find it very difficult to access our courts and to push and shove others while gaining entry into the courtroom. Live streaming promotes transparency of outcomes. In Constitution Bench hearings in the Supreme Court, we have started live streaming of the proceedings. Recently, the state of Orissa has ensured decentralization of justice by ensuring that there will be live streaming and e-filing from every district in the state of Orissa. So essentially, the High Court then fans out to as many districts as there are in the state. I like to say always that the Supreme Court is not just the Supreme Court of Tilak Marg in Delhi. It's a court for the entire nation. And if we have to become a court for the entire nation, we have to encourage young lawyers, middle-level lawyers, senior lawyers from the states to address the Supreme Court. These are the lawyers who have direct contact with the client. These are the lawyers who will argue a case at a fraction of the cost that it would require to engage a lawyer in the capital city of the nation. All that these lawyers may perhaps lack sometimes is the confidence to argue a case before the Supreme Court. And there the burden lies on us to generate that sense of confidence by perhaps hearing them a little longer. I do believe that in this mad rush of trying to dispose of cases, we shouldn't leave behind the quality of justice. A few less cases in a day will not hurt if at the end of the day we have enhanced the satisfaction of the member of the bar who addresses us or the satisfaction of the young junior who addresses the court. Recently, the Supreme Court started artificial intelligence being used in the transcription of court proceedings. So what is said in the court is instantaneously put up on a screen in terms of the transcript, the written word of the oral submissions of the lawyers. This is not high-flown technology. This is at the bottom of the chain of technology in terms of artificial intelligence. But these innovations will ensure that we truly become courts of record, that the nature of the arguments is studied by lawyers across India. The arguments before the Supreme Court and the High Courts will be studied across our law schools. Besides access to courts, the judiciary must ensure that individuals have access to justice. So the term access to justice entails that individuals should be allowed to get their matters admitted in the court system, and then the matter should be heard impartially, resulting in an individually and socially just outcome. Courts, as I said, have attempted to facilitate access to justice by invention of public interest litigation. But there is another question that I have to ask all of you. As judges, for whom do we write? Do we write for judges? Do we write for lawyers? Do we write for society at large? I'm not sure I have an answer to it, because that's something to which I've been struggling to find answers the last 23 years that I've been a judge of the High Court and then the Supreme Court. But then Justice Vivian Bose, the great judge of the Supreme Court, he asked this question: for whose benefit was the Constitution enacted? And he answered the question in that celebrated case, BD Supply Company, that the Constitution is not for the exclusive benefit of governments and states. It is not only for lawyers and politicians and officials and those highly placed. It also exists for the common person, the man and woman, for the poor and the humble, for those who have business at stake. And he said, for the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Very prescient words. Very prescient words. It's an English phrase. The butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Yes, our courts also have to stand by the butchers, the bakers, and the candlestick makers. The history of our court system suggests that it is in seemingly small and routine matters that issues of moment in jurisprudential and constitutional terms emerge. I want to address a very small but important issue, which is that there is a prevailing fear psychosis in the district judiciary on granting bail in cases which deserve to be granted bail. The consequence of this fear psychosis is that matters where bail should be granted by the district judiciary travel all the way to the High Court, And matters where bail should be granted by the High Court travel all the way to the Supreme Court. In this process, we are rendering the whole system of justice dysfunctional. And we are rendering it dysfunctional by encouraging and cultivating this culture of distrust in human beings. Well, of course, human beings are bound to make a mistake. And maybe some human beings also make mistakes for extraneous reasons. No society is perfect. But if we perpetuate a general culture of distrust in the district judiciary by asking the additional sessions judge who grants a bail in a section 307 case, or worse still in a 324 or 323 case, to explain why that judge granted bail, that is going to have a chilling effect on other judges who are granting bail. Because essentially, by asking an additional sessions judge to tell the High Court why we granted bail, we are creating an example of that judge to other judges, that should you grant a bail, you will be called for an explanation. And then what does a judge do? The easiest thing for a judge to do then is to play the safe course of action. And the safe course of action is not to grant bail. Let the higher powers decide. But is that really justice to the common citizens? Should a common citizen really have this perception that you have to go through the motions, the cycle, the mechanical cycle of approaching the court of first instance, only to be denied bail? I speak to you with a great deal of circumspection, because this is the very institution to which I owe everything in my life. Minus the judiciary, I would be a cipher, and I am a cipher. I owe everything to this institution. But it is with that realization that I speak to you out of concern. Let me give you one small example. A person came to us a few months ago accused of the theft of electrical equipment. Anybody who dabbles in the theft of electrical wires and electrical equipment possibly is at the margins of society, because that person is playing with their life. There were 9 cases. The additional sessions judge entered a plea bargain and sentenced that individual to 2 years in each of the 9 cases. The additional sessions judge forgot to say that the sentences will operate concurrently. So for an act of electricity theft, this person would be in jail for 18 years. When he moved the High Court, in a proceeding under 226, Article 226 and Section 482, the High Court said, but you never challenged the order of the additional sessions judge, which had imposed consecutive sentences of 9 years, because we decided to interfere in the Supreme Court, even at the peril of the criticism that the Supreme Court handles trivial cases. And my answer is very simple. No case is trivial if you have a yearning for human liberty. Today we have launched the e-Seva Kendras. I'm sorry, I've really exceeded my time. I better wrap up now as quickly as possible. We are inaugurating the e-Seva Kendras. What is the importance of the e-Seva Kendra? Is it just another newfangled idea of the present Chief Justice of India? The e-Seva Kendras are intended to bridge the digital divide. Not all lawyers have access to the internet. So the object of the e-Seva Kendra is to ensure that we provide physical access to those who do not have access to technology. We provide physical access to the virtual world. But equally, we must have a standard operating procedure of what an e-Seva Kendra must contain, that these are the basic facilities which an e-Seva Kendra must contain. The e-Seva Kendra mobile app that we have launched today is a unique chatbot-based citizen-centric service based on artificial intelligence. The integrated CIS and e-prison application is also a significant step towards modernizing and streamlining the justice delivery mechanism in Assam. In addition to all these initiatives, we have in place the National Judicial Data Grid in conjunction with the National Informatics Center. It is a source and availability of decided cases and judgments of the high courts. I hope all you young lawyers and young judges from the district judiciary are using the eSCR, which is a free facility which we have now provided for the availability of all Supreme Court judgments free of cost for lawyers across the country. I hope that all high courts, including the Gauhati High Court, will start publishing now the erstwhile ILR series free of charge, so that people do not have to pay a price to seek access to information in regard to our judgments. In conclusion then, what do I say? I'll leave you with a favorite poem of mine, which is written by one of my favorites, who is called Daniel Defoe. And the name of the poem is A Hymn to Pillory. I'll go through the poem a little slowly. And the poem reads as follows. The first intent of laws was to correct the effect and check the cause. And all the ends of punishment were only future mischiefs to prevent. But justice is inverted when those engines of the law, instead of pinching vicious men, keep the honest ones in awe. Thy business is, as all men know, to punish the villains and not to make men so. So the purpose of the law is not to turn the innocent into a villain, but to punish the villain. The purpose of the law is to pinch the vicious person, but not to keep the honest people in awe or in fear of the law. And whether we keep honest people in fear of the law depends on what work we do as judges, as lawyers. It is our obligation, as we lead the Gauhati High Court from 75 and beyond, to ensure that the honest are not kept in awe of the law. The honest must regard the law as a friend. The dividing line is very thin. You can lead people into an abyss where even the most honest and law-abiding fear the law. That would be very dangerous for democracy. So I leave you with these thoughts. I am deeply grateful to the Chief Justice, Justice Sandeep Mehta, and all his colleagues for having invited me. And honestly, what can I say to my dear friend, Justice Rishikesh Roy, who gave me that beautiful book by R.K. Lakshman, but to say that this is a cherished memory for all times to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I would now like to request Honorable Mr. Justice Achinta Malla Bujar Borua, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaskar. We are honored by the wisdom that flows from the words of Your Lordship, the Chief Justice of India. And the wisdom would enable us to take the Gauhati High Court to further glory to be made noticeable when we will be celebrating the centenary celebration after 25 years. We are honored by the wisdom of Your Lordships on the use of technology, on the equality of the district judiciary, and the liberty of the people where bails are often rejected. The Gauhati High Court is unique in many aspects. It deals with matters also involving customary tribal laws, traditionally dealt with by the customary courts. After the Code of Criminal Procedure and the Code of Civil Procedure being made applicable to the entire region, it would be upon the Gauhati High Court to bring about a perfect blending to the two procedural aspects. The High Court also deals in matters under the 6th schedule to the Constitution of India, which itself is like a constitution within the constitution, where we have to have the concept of autonomous districts and autonomous regions within the state. The Gauhati High Court has its own culture and tradition of the highest order, and it should be the endeavor of all to keep the flag of its culture and tradition to be flying even higher. I express my heartiest thanks to the Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, for his enlightening speech. I thank His Lordship for having given us his valuable time in spite of his busy schedule. I express my heartiest thanks to Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, Judge Supreme Court of India, for having expressed his kind words, and my regards to Madam Shah for her gracious presence. I express my heartiest thanks to Honorable Justice Rishikesh Roy, Judge Supreme Court of India, for having expressed his kind and encouraging words, and also for His Lordship's leadership and guidance to the Gauhati High Court. Down the memory lane, it was Justice Roy who, as the dynamic secretary of the Gauhati High Court Bar Association, had a leading role in the Golden Jubilee celebrations. I further express my heartiest thanks to the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court and all the madams present, Honorable Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Honorable Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, Honorable Justice Dipankar Datta, Honorable Justice Pankaj Mithal, Honorable Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Honorable Justice Manoj Mishra, for their gracious presence. I thank the Honorable Chief Justice of the Gauhati High Court, Justice Sandeep Mehta, and his core team for their relentless efforts to make this event a grand success. I thank the Honorable Chief Justice of the High Court of Telangana, Justice Ujjal Bhuya, and also Honorable Chief Justice of the High Court of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, Justice Ann Koteshwar Singh, for their kind presence along with their spouses. I thank my sister and brother judges of the Gauhati High Court for their valuable contribution for making this event a grand success, and also their respective spouses for their gracious presence. I thank former judges of the Supreme Court, Justice M.K. Sharma and Madam Sharma, Justice Amitabh Roy, and Justice A.M. Sapre and Madam Sapre. I thank the former Chief Justices of the Gauhati High Court, Justice R.S. Garg, Justice Ajit Singh, and Justice R.M. Chaya and their spouses for their graceful presence. I thank the former judges of the Gauhati High Court and their spouses for their gracious presence and participation. I thank the Minister of Law, Assam, Sri Ranjit Das, for his kind presence. I thank the senior advocates for their kind presence and active participation, without which the event could not have been a success. I express my heartiest thanks to all the members of the bar for their presence and active participation. The members of the bar have put up an exhilarating performance in the cultural, sports, and other events. I thank the Gauhati High Court Bar Association for the joint effort to make the event a grand success. I also thank Sri Madan Kumar Mishra, Chairman Bar Council of India, for his gracious presence. I thank the judicial officers present for their sincere participation and contribution in every aspect, including their performance of the highest order in the cultural events. I thank the members of the registry and staff of the Gauhati High Court for their tremendous contribution, without which the event would not have been possible. I also thank the senior officers of the government of Assam for their presence. I thank the police personnel led by the DGP Assam for their presence, as well as for providing the security for this event. I thank the media persons, both print and electronic, for their coverage of the event as well as for their presence. I thank the students of the various law colleges for their presence. I also thank Sri Bhupinder Pal Singh and his team for having set up the premises to hold the event in such a grand manner. My special thanks to the Honorable the Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is also a member of the Bar Association, for his keen and personal interest and contribution in making this event a grand success, without which the event could not have taken place in such a magnificent manner. The classical building of the Gauhati High Court, with a temple-like dome in its center, has been the perfect temple of justice for the people of the region. It is the solemn duty of us all to maintain the dignity and majesty of this temple of justice. I thank each and everyone, past and present, whose selfless contribution have resulted in the epitome of justice. I have full faith in the future generation, who will not only maintain but carry the legacy of the Temple of Justice to even greater heights. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I would now request our esteemed guests on the dais to kindly take their seats with the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it would take us just a bit of time to do up the stage for the cultural performances about to follow. I'd request you all to kindly remain seated. Thank you. I would request our esteemed guests to kindly take their seats, please. We would now be starting off with the cultural performances. I would request you all to kindly take your seats.
We would like to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice, thank you, Judge, High Court of Meghalaya. I would request Lordship to kindly be escorted onto the dais. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Khaketo Sema, Judge, Gauhati High Court, to kindly do the honors.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice and the Honorable Judges of the Gauhati High Court, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all to this cultural event organized to commemorate the Platinum Jubilee celebration of the Gauhati High Court.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome on stage some very special performers from Udayachal Public Library. Udayachal, an abode of God's gifted, is a learning space which draws strength from diversity and inclusion. Despite facing unique challenges, these young performers have worked tirelessly to perfect their dance, and we are delighted to have the opportunity to witness their hard work and dedication come to fruition. So, without any further ado, please welcome our young performers from the Udayachal Public Library as they take to the stage to share their beautiful Bihu dance with us.
আমারে নাচনির গান
That was such a heart-touching performance. Thanks to all the artists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now present a violin recital by Srimati Sunita Bhuiya, who plays Assamese folk on the classical instrument and fuses it delightfully with Scottish, Irish and world folk. Her album Bihu Strings by Times Music is the only album of folk on the violin in India. Srimati Bhuiya is a pioneer in training on well-being, leadership and change through the medium of music. Her music therapy workshops for more than 20,000 street and slum children has won her recognition from the Pope in 2016. Srimati Sunita Bhuiya will be accompanied by an accomplished team of musicians. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Srimati Sunita Bhuiya on stage.
Can we have the PA music off, please? Check, check. Very good evening to all of you. Honorable Chief Justice of India, Sir Chandrachud Sir, Honorable Chief Justice of Gauhati High Court, Bharat, and it's a pleasure and honor to be here. That was an invocation to Lord Ganesha to bless us all this evening and to take us forward in our objectives of creating a righteous, beautiful society with an iconic institution like the Gauhati High Court. I shall start with a short journey of India called Bharat Darshan. Music, apart from being a great entertaining platform, has got profound benefits on the mind and body. Sound impacts the brain, and that's therapy, where our body produces the endorphins, and that's the context of music therapy. Being a music therapy practitioner, I wish all of you and everyone in India a fabulous era of mental health as we march into the 25 years of Amrit Kal. And what better than arts and music to keep us happy, healthy in this difficult world. Music also teaches us a lot of leadership. Different instruments are here today. The original tabla, flute, the bajuti on the tabla,
Jogen Gosumatari on the flute, the bamboo flute, a machine, it's a keyboard, that's Mintu Sharma, and we've got drums in the machine and the Kahon drums. Different elements come together to create one whole sound. Bharat Darshan, a tour of India, taught to us by my Guru Pandit V.G. Jog and my mother, Minoti Khaund. Based in Rag Desh, music from the mountains in the north to the deserts in the west, to the tea estates of Assam, to the beautiful valleys of South India, and the sounds of India through our folk music. From the mountains to Bengal in the east, the kirtan of the mystics. Magama pa 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 da pa da ma da pa da ma pa ga ma pa ni ni da pa pa da ma pa pa magama da 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 ni pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ma da 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 ni pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ma pa 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 da ni da pa. from the deserts. मैं तो लाज के मारी हो गई पानी पानी, सब लोगों ने सुन ली मेरी प्रेम कहानी, उससे बात निकल गई बात बात माँ, बात बात माँ। जननन चूड़ियाँ जननन चूड़ियाँ खनक गई, एक साहिबा चूड़ियाँ खनक गई, हाथ माँ मोरनी बाबा माँ बोले आधी रात From the deserts in the west to Assam in the northeast, let there be spring. Bholu ka baho de, aakhi oi moina, oi bholu ka baho de, oi aakhi, wata boru kule. From south of India, we go to Maharashtra, the song of the Koli folk. मी डोलका दर्याच्या राजा, घर पाण्यामध्ये बंदरालया तू ये जा. वल्लो रे नकबा हो वल्लो रे रामा, वल्लो रे नकबा हो वल्लो रे रामा. Thank you. Yes, it's been a long day, a momentous day, an eventful day. And it's a very short performance. We were another artist after me, another short blues performance. So we'd like to end with India and the world together. The last piece was about unity and diversity in India, binding all the regions and the tunes in Rag Desh, but building soft bridges between the notes, weaving them slowly from one region to the other, because the hardest change needs the softest touch. This is a Scottish reel in fusion with a little bit of Assamese folk. Can one play Assamese folk on the violin, which is a hitherto classical instrument? Yes, of course. The 7 notes of Sa Re Ga Ma Pa Dha Ni are universal. Like love and humanity is universal, music is universal too. Hence, the bihu and the Scottish reel have similar note structures. We definitely can talk or play in any language and connect to the world. you. Thank you. That was short and rushed, but we wanted to share this original piece of music that we put together for you. Thank you so much, Justice Suman Sham, for being the connecting chord and inviting our band for this momentous occasion. Thank you, all you esteemed guests and the wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srimati Bhuya. Your talent on the violin is truly unparalleled.
Ladies and gentlemen, in one of the recent interviews, the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, had mentioned that apart from Indian classical music, he loves Bob Dylan and ABBA. So the next performance is by SKD Band, Bob Dylan and ABBA Unplugged. Mr. Suman Koilyan Dutta, popularly known as SKD, is the lead vocalist for the band. A singer, writer, and composer of Assamese as well as English songs, SKD believes in friendship. His composition entitled Friends Forever was a big hit. Band SKD has performed across the length and breadth of India to much acclaim. Ms. Bonushree Hoikya on vocals is a very versatile multilingual singer and a name to reckon with in the Assamese music industry. The artist would perform Bob Dylan's Blowing in the Wind, which is an anti-slavery song and poses a series of rhetorical questions about peace, war, freedom, and real truth around us. The next would be Fernando by ABBA. It is arguably the most successful singles in the entire history of music. It talks of the Mexican Revolution and how people were willing to sacrifice life again and again for liberty. The accompanying artists are Joyanto Haloi on keyboard, Suman Hoikya on guitar, and Sanjoy Bormon playing the kajon. So here we have Suman Koilyan Dutta on stage.
Hello. Can I have my voice up on monitors? blowing in the wind. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we have very limited time, my co-singer Bonasri will do a fantastic song from ABBA.
Good evening, everyone. Warmest congratulations to the Gauhati High Court for completing the 75th Platinum Jubilee. And this auspicious occasion, I'd like to perform one song, and I hope you like it. Thank you. Can you hear the drums, Fernando? I remember long ago when that a starry night like this. In the firelight, Fernando, you were humming to yourself and softly strumming your guitar. I could hear the distant drums and saw people concert coming from afar. They were closer now, Fernando. Every hour, every minute seems to last eternally. I was so afraid, Fernando. We were young and full of life, and none of us prepared to die. And I'm not ashamed to say the road of concert cannot almost be. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright, Fernando. They were shining under you and me, Fernando. Oh, I never thought that you could lose. There's no regret. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando. No rolling grave, Fernando. And since many years I have run away from your command. Can you hear the drums, Fernando? Do you still recall the fateful night we crossed your Rio Grande? I can still look in your eyes how proud you were to fight for freedom in the land. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright, Fernando. They were shining just for you and me, for liberty, Fernando. And I never thought that we could lose. There's no regret. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Suman Kalyan Datta and Srimati Bonashri Saikya, for sharing your gift with us. Your performance was a true work of art and left us feeling deeply moved. the SKD band is going to perform once again on a special request by our chief guest.
Hello, hello. We are so sorry. We are so sorry. We thought we finished the program. So anyways, we'll do 2 more songs as requested. And this one's a song which, this was my first song when I started singing. So I'm sure everyone would relate with this song. And it's very, I'm sure you're going to be very nostalgic about this song. Guitar, guitar. Cajon. Cajon. Keys. Sunday morning, I'm with a love. Think I'll take a walk in the park. Hey, it's a beautiful day. I got someone waiting for me. When I see her, know that she'll stay. Hello? Sorry. Hello. 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 Hello, check. Hello, check. Can you all hear me? All right. Sunday morning, up with a lark. I think I'll take a walk in the park. Hey, hey, it's a beautiful day. I got someone waiting for me. When I see her, know that she'll say, hey, it's a beautiful day. Ha, 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 beautiful Sunday. This is Congratulations to everybody. Thank you very much once again from SKD. Now I would like to call on my co-singer again for another ABBA song. Thank you very much. God bless you all. I'd like to introduce my band. On guitars, Suman Saikia. On keyboards, Jayanta Haloi. On the cajon, Sanjay Burman. We are half band tonight, please don't mind. We did unplug, that's why, because of the time. Thank you very much.
That was indeed a very beautiful performance. Thanks to all the members of the SKD band. Ladies and gentlemen, our last performance of the evening will be Bihu. Assam is at its splendorous best in the spring season. None epitomizes the spirit of the season better than the Bohag Bihu festival and the Bihu dance performed as part of this spring festival, which all of us are looking forward to celebrate mid-month. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Bihu Dance for You, choreographed by renowned artist Shri Ranjit Gogoi.
Sure. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
দেখি মৰম লাগি যায় মোৰ জানৈ দেখি চেনেহ লাগি যায় মোৰে ভৈয়ামলে তোকে লৈয়ে গ'লে দূৰতে খেদিব বংশ পৰিয়ালে যাতনা ভোগাব মোক মোৰ জানৈ যাতনা ভোগাব আমে পাত খলালে সামে পাত খলালে আমে পাত খলালে সামে পাত খলালে কলাই বৰে গছে পাতে কি ঐ ৰাম বজাই দে ঢোলৰে চেও ধাননি মাজেদি নাযাবি কাঞ্চনী মাজনী ধানৰ পাতে কাটিব তোৰে ঐ দেহিতি পদুমৰ পাহিতি মাজনী দেখিনো মৰম লাগি দেখিনো চেনে লাগি যায় ধাননি মাজেদি নাযাবি কাঞ্চনী মাজনী ধানৰ পাতে কাটিব তোৰে ঐ দেহিতি পদুমৰ পাহিতি মাজনী দেখিনো মৰম লাগি দেখিনো চেনে লাগি যায় পাহাৰৰ নাগিনী তোৰা বতিয়া তোমাকে নেকৰি তোৰা বতিয়া পাহাৰৰ নাগিনী তোৰা বতিয়া তোমাকে নেকৰি তোৰা বতিয়া মুখকৈ জখলা আনি তোৰা বতিয়া বিহু আহে যেতিয়া নাহৰ ফুলে তেতিয়া লেম চাকি জ্বলাই লৈ তোমাকে লগত লৈ ৰাতি বিহু চাবলৈ যায়
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ranjit Gogoi and team. Your Bihu dance performance was a true celebration of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of this cultural extravaganza. My special thanks to the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court and other visiting dignitaries for taking the time and effort and gracing us with your august presence. It was an absolute honor to have all of you here today. I'd request all present to kindly proceed for dinner, which is being hosted by the Gauhati High Court. Have a very pleasant evening. Thank you all once again.